Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? Testing. It looks like I can hear myself. Today's the big day. Big day of severe weather, it looks like. Have our first severe thunderstorm warning over here towards Oklahoma. It's already been pretty active while I've been at work, too, so looks like it could be a long, long evening here. First supercell starting a fire here. Nothing organized just yet. There was some increased tornado potential earlier towards Nebraska, but I was still at work, so I wasn't able to cover that, so I apologize. Maybe one day we can get out of doing that altogether and just be here all the time, or at least a lot more often. There's other obligations I have too, but I can at least put some of that off on hold. Oh, wow, there's a lot of reports over towards Kansas and Nebraska today. Some of these might be from yesterday, though, too. This is one from today. Spotter. Hmm. Okay. 60 mile per hour wind gust. Just kind of checking over reports right now, really. Some of my stuff isn't working properly right now. Just why it's acting like that, I have no idea. Like my other computer to my right here has frozen. Only up to 3 people. Just kind of be in an easy mode here while we wait for more people to come in. Hopefully. Hey, Baconator, what's up, man? Finally got home. 10,000 years later. No, I'm here. Still actually trying to set stuff up. One of my computers is not working.
Alright, guys, we definitely got a wall cloud.
Uh-oh, might have gotten a tornado warning here. Might have to move this off to the side. Hopefully we can keep his stream.
When I go to pass him, do it. Definitely some passive speeds. And,
Yeah, we definitely got a wall cloud.
Oh, yeah, there's a tornado warning right there, as you were mentioning. Seems like I'm a little bit laggy right now. I might have to take him off screen.
Oh, come on. What are we doing here? People make these last second decisions. These are why accidents happen.
Tell him. Your storm is definitely tornado warned, but it's not popping up on the screen. Oh, wait, that's actually towards Nebraska, actually. Dang, there's still some tornado warnings going on there. I thought I'd missed them all. This is towards Red Willow, I thought I saw it in Hitchcock counties before it disappeared off screen. Yep. Let's go ahead and look at those. Probably see a tornado warning with that other storm that they're on shortly. This is towards Goodland, Kansas. Let's go ahead and switch to this radar. And hopefully, we should be able to get things going here without issue. Probably have to exit out of Chrome for right now on my end. Maybe that'll help CPU just a little bit. All right. All right, so I just got a computer back up and running. I know, Baconator. It's all good, dude. It might be a more serious day, though, as well, so I appreciate that. Jeez, I could not get my computer to work well today. Or maybe it's just warming up, that's all. I don't know. Maybe a little later it'll get a little bit smoother. It's not super laggy. Not too much latency at the moment. I'm just being impatient, I guess. Okay, so this is part of that little mesoscale system that we've been seeing over the area over the last few hours. Let's go ahead and put this in a loop real quick, and then we'll probably start switching over to different radar types. What are our guesses for max hail size? That's a good guess, man. I'm feeling like we still could get up to baseball size. Wouldn't be surprised to see a softball size or a 4-inch hail. But I think today we're mainly going to be focused on a tornado threat. I'd rather not guess tornadoes, though. Hail, it can be a little bit more lighthearted. Tornadoes are a little different. So it's kind of a funny game to play. Yeah, my CPU is still struggling. I'm closing out everything I freaking can outside of Streamlabs. It's just not quite enough. See if there's anything else I can take away from here. Alright, so we got all that off there. Maybe that will help. 'Cause I had Task Manager up as well. Yeah, it looks like my second computer is completely out of action here. 4-inch hail? What? Softball size? Yeah, that's about 4.25, I think. Come on. There we go. It's a little better. Nah, it's not really changing. Yeah, we're lagging really bad, actually. I don't think we can run radar loops. We might be able to get chasers on the stream. I don't know. Strange that this is also an observed tornado on the ground as well. Just give me a second here. I'm going to switch to velocity. Up to 6 people now. Hey guys, in case you are just tuning in here, we're watching a pretty widespread severe weather outbreak beginning to take shape here. We've already had a lot of activity over towards Nebraska and Kansas today, and that's expected to continue, but we're starting to get storms firing across Oklahoma now, and Oklahoma City is under the gun for a threat of maybe even a couple of strong tornadoes here. I'm currently looking at a tornado warning right now in Nebraska, in southern Nebraska here. Not the most impressive couplet, but there is rotation there. I can clearly see it. Gate to gate wise, it's nothing to write home about, but it's sufficient enough. Might be looking at it from a bad radar site. This area tends to have a couple of radar holes, so could be a little tricky. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and switch back to regular reflectivity. All right, finally we got my other computer working now. His little jump on stream on the fly kind of deal is a little bit rough, I'm not gonna lie. All right. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That was a rough night and a rough stream. Cause I was streaming for that one, but everything just kind of fell apart that night. Yeah, I remember just about everything from that night. I think my stream actually crashed when the Rolling Fork tornado was really starting to ramp up. Apparently, there's still debate going on about the rating. Oh, yeah, that was the day. I think it was like the day after. Because there was like a crazy moderate risk that happened the day after. Because I remember the day that Rolling Fork happened, that was up to like a high risk. And then the next day, I think across the Gulf Coast, maybe it was a moderate risk. I know it was a level 4. I just can't remember exactly where. And that was a crazy day, too. Yeah, it was around one of those times where I remembered you popping up. That's a pretty look from Vince. Oh, come on. Yeah, that's what the debate is, but I don't know what's holding them back though. If they're gonna change the rating, then they should just change it already.
I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting.
Yeah, those buildings over there in Rolling Fork were outdated. There's a lot of buildings really across the entire country that I think are pretty outdated and probably wouldn't stand up to EF3 wins even. So I don't know. It's just kind of hard to say. Rolling Fork at the very least is a high-end EF4. Could even be EF4 200, but to put it at 5, I'm just not able to say for sure whether that's warranted or not. Unless they go with the VROT or the velocity couplet. It's just kind of hard to go with that.
I don't mind people driving slow and safe.
Yeah, I saw the picture of that. I also saw the picture of that Family Dollar where it basically just took everybody out of there. Just unfortunately, no one in there survived. But I don't know. Yeah, it's just see, that's what I'm saying. It's such a big debate on that storm. It's just kind of hard to really. It's hard to really say whether or not it's a 4 or 5. The Family Dollar pictures were extremely chilling, very harrowing to say the least, especially knowing what ended up happening in there, unfortunately. So it's just, but yeah, the whole rating thing, there's still a lot of controversy behind that. I don't know how to feel about the enhanced Fujita scale. Maybe there might need to be another update to it. Maybe not. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Dang. Yeah, the Rolling Fork storm was tough to watch.
Silly.
Yeah, like I remember having a pit in my stomach when I saw what was happening. I just knew that things weren't holding up too well. Even now when I think about it, it just kind of sends a little chill up my spine.
Not in a big hurry yet.
No, but I tell you what.
I had that same pit when I was watching Ryan Hall stream when the Mayfield tornado happened. This is before I even started the channel. But I knew exactly what was happening then, and I was just thinking to myself, dear God, it just does something to you. And really, that was a stream that made me want to start doing this more. Yeah, we're having trouble keeping streams up today. It's going to be that kind of deal early on, it looks like. It's not the worst, but it's not great.
Finally, a freaking... Yeah, I don't think it's gonna take much.
Yeah, I can only imagine what it's like if you actually chase these things. That's one apprehension I have. Not gonna lie. Looks like a meso's finally formed on this storm here. Could be seeing a tornado warning on this in just a little bit. Can't get this screen to move off to the side though. That's the only issue I have right now. We cannot get the screen moved off to the side so that way I can look at the storm over towards Nebraska right now. They're probably going to reissue that tornado warning should that rotation continue to hold up. Hang on a second.
Go one more road. Come on, guys. Either turn or don't. There you go. Get in there.
Thank you.
That's a dead end road.
Yeah, witnessing an EF5 would be, or watching it go through a town would be one of my worst fears. But I have a little bit of a background with search and rescue. That's a long story. That's on a more intimate stream where I'll talk about some of that stuff. But I would have a relative idea on what to do. I'm not a medical expert though, so yeah, but that would be one of the most harrowing experiences. We're up to 10 likes. Only 6 people watching though. Glad people stopped by at the very least. Yeah, we're having a lot of trouble with Radar Omega though. We should have been able to move this little screen off to the side by now, but for whatever reason, we can't get that to happen. Yeah, that storm was nothing to mess with there. That was rough. I remember hearing a lot of stories about that storm. I'm hoping that we don't see another situation like that tonight. But if we were to have any sort of concern for that, it will be on these storms right here. Looks like this one's going to stay south in Oklahoma City here, unless it takes a huge left turn. Probably going to stay south in Norman as well, which is good. But maybe towards, I don't know, Pauls Valley and Ada, we might have to watch this more. This is looking like it's starting to really begin to mature now. So this will be one we keep an eye on for a bit here. Probably not much in the way of rotation just yet, but this storm does look like it's getting pretty elongated here. It's usually one of the first signs. See what all the details are in these severe thunderstorm warnings while we're waiting to see what this does. Down the line, I do think this gets a tornado warning at some point. Still got severe thunderstorms in Mississippi today. Had a few tornado warnings. One that was at one point aimed at Rolling Fork, which was absolutely disastrous. Or it would have been absolutely disastrous to see. But thankfully, it didn't happen. Well, uh-oh. Happened to my screen. Okay, we're good. Yeah, that would be really disheartening. Even if I wasn't on stream, it would be pretty disheartening. I think that tornado warning has been reissued now for that storm over towards Nebraska. Probably still has good rotation on it. But I don't want to necessarily step away from this storm. Welcome back, Michael. It's good to see you, buddy. It's day 2. This looks like the big day right here. Yep, it's that storm over there towards Kansas and Colorado. It's tornado warnings for Wallace and Cheyenne counties. Oh, this might be near Cheyenne. No, wait, not Cheyenne, Wyoming. Got it mixed up. I don't want to go away from this storm, but I do want to see what's going on with that tornado warning there. I think that's just what we're going to have to do. If I could keep one of these chaser feeds up that's on that storm, it would be fine, but I can't move the screen off to the side. That's the only issue I'm having right now. I don't know why that is. Okay, this is at a good spot with the radar, so I think we should get a good view of it. And just look at all the tornado reports over the last 24 hours over this area. I think all of these have actually been from today. Contingent? You mean contingents? He stepped on a needle today? Yep, that's from earlier today. I hope he's all right. How'd he step on a needle? Oh, his job. Probably his job. Tornado debris signature. All of these are from today. This storm seems a little bit more discreet than some of the other ones we've been seeing over here, too. I hope he's all right. Sheesh. I hope it wasn't a used needle. I hope it wasn't anything like contaminated or anything like that. Good grief. Anyone in the chat show Contingent some love just in case he pops in later and maybe looks back at the chat. Even though there's only 9 of you in here. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and look at velocity on this one. Guess we can look at the velocity and then we'll probably jump back to that other storm unless there's a good indicator that something's down with this. I think this is radar. Oh no, this is actually observed. Okay, I guess we'll stick with this one for just a little bit then in the meantime. Oop. Hi, Mia. We'll go with velocity on this and then we'll probably switch over to CC here. Strongest point of rotation looks to be just west of Weskin. Looks like a couple of different points of rotation are trying to emerge here too. All right. Go ahead and look at the CC here because I am concerned about that. That actually looks like a decent couplet here. But so far, it does not look like there's any debris being picked up on radar. Not to say that this can't produce a tornado at any second. It's rotating strongly enough to where I think it very well could within the next little bit here along Interstate 40 or US 40 here. Oh gosh. How did it get through his foot? Was he like wearing shoes? How did it get through his foot? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like I said, I hope he's all right. Hope he's getting things checked out here. All right, let's go ahead and actually check the let's go ahead and check gate to gate here. Some pretty strong winds with this. Ooh, up to 76. Going towards the radar with about, I would say, getting close to 100 miles per hour gate to gate, so that is pretty strong. Wish I knew if anyone was under that. It's about 70 on this little area right here that's popped up. So 2 points of rotation here, maybe even a third trying to develop. It's almost like a whole shear line, but all of these have small mesocyclones on them. Could be a problem here. I wonder if we should split screen this. Let me know what you guys think. Should I split screen this and go with reflectivity too? Because this is really interesting to see. I don't expect any of these circulations to be long-lived though either. Okay. Dropping down a little bit at the moment. There's no one saying anything at the moment. Like I said, anyone who are you referring to? Are you referring to me? I mean, my name is actually on stream. My name's in the title. It's Ty. If that's if you're referring to me. I don't know about anyone else. But yeah, that's my name. It is Ty. Yep, there goes one of the circulations here. Starting to weaken a little bit. This one looks like it's still going to hold on for a little longer. Oh, the heck with it. I'm just going to go ahead and split screen it. I just kind of want to see, to be honest. Oh, you're good, Michael. You're all good, man. Guess we can set this in motion, see just exactly how this thing is evolving. I just find it interesting to see so many different points of rotation along this little sector of storms here. Several different circulations here. Interesting thing is it's moving off more so towards the northwest. So the reported tornado is just to the west of Weskin. So I think we should see them be spared. So if it's going off in this direction here, I don't think it's going to hit them. Which is good news because we don't want to start out that way. So still the only tornado warning for right now. This is good news, but I do anticipate a few more to come in a little bit later in Oklahoma. Right now, we're just sitting here watching this storm. Uh-oh, I didn't mean to zoom in like that. Probably kick this out of loop for just a minute here. This little comma head that's formed right here, and that's going to be the next area to watch. We're probably going to see this form more so into a shear line, and we'll maybe see one area with dominant rotation. The storm is still doing a good job of being able to ingest inflow, though, which is a good thing, which is pretty impressive. Hey, Max, how you doing, man? Hopefully you're doing well, bud. Day 2, man. Day 2. And I think I might go live Friday too. I won't be able to do Saturday though. It looks like I had some obligations that I gotta meet. I'll probably be gone the whole day actually. And that actually would be a day where your area is under the gun too, unfortunately. So maybe Wyatt might be on. I know Wyatt's probably busy right now because he hasn't popped on yet today. Oh, the moderate risk? No, I haven't had a chance to see that. I've been stuck at work until probably about an hour ago. I literally got home and I went straight to going live. Oh, second tornado warning now off to the east of this one. Very weak rotation right here, but notable. Appreciate it, Max. Sorry. I wish I could. If I was trying to get to work as fast as I could to get here, but other factors prevented me from getting here. Especially since I have to wait on other people to pick me up now since my car's down, so. Otherwise, I would be in pretty good shape getting here. I would have probably been here a lot sooner. Not to mention the person who has been picking me up. We can't really drive it on the highway because it still is not 100%. It does it's doing a weird thing with the crankshaft system. Oh, this is third tornado warning now. Like I said, along that little area right there, there's plenty of inflow being ingested in this line here. And we're getting multiple points of rotation here. So as a result, we're getting tornado warnings for all the different points of rotation, which is crazy. Then we have that one storm towards Wallace. All for the same cluster of storms. 2 of them have observed tags on them. These 2 do. And then this one over here, I think this is just radar indicated at the moment. Yep, it is. I need to figure out how to get the siren working. I actually worked on making one. It's not like the greatest thing I've ever done, but I've been working on stuff to kind of improve the stream a little bit, but it's still a work in progress. Like I said, I'm not a huge computer nerd. I'm more of a music nerd than I am anything else outside of weather. So any other way to garner more attention would be good, but yeah, if anyone has tips to help me kind of synchronize that with tornado warnings, definitely let me know. I'm more than open to suggestion. So from this little cluster of storms, there's already been 4 reported tornadoes, apparently. I think one of these has been a duplicate report. So at least 2, maybe even 3 different tornadoes from this cluster, which is crazy. The craziest part is, the main event isn't even up here. It's all the way down in Oklahoma, which is nuts. Let's see what this severe thunderstorm warning has too. I'm kind of curious about that. Okay, only at 60-mile-per-hour winds. The damaging wind threat isn't quite as high today as it was yesterday. We're up to 10 people watching. All right. Awesome. All right. we're missing Wyatt. I mean, contingents might be out of action tonight, which is fine. I mean, as long as he gets well from that. That was crazy. That's crazy to think that happened. I feel you, Max. Take your time, man. It's no rush. We got a long night ahead anyway, so we won't be going anywhere. Unless my computer just says I'm done with life. Get me out of here. That's the only reason we wouldn't be still here when you get back. Not saying that can't happen. That has happened once before. Thankfully, I was able to bring it back. All right, I kind of want to take a look at that storm over towards Oklahoma again, man. I'm so tempted. Watch, there's probably going to be something else going on here in just a minute. All right. I'll go ahead and put this in a loop in the meantime. I'm also looking at my phone to try to see what's going on with the radar as well. So I'm juggling a little bit here. I'm trying to see what's going on with that Oklahoma storm. The second it goes tornado warning, I'm probably going to be switching to that one. Not to say that this storm doesn't matter, but that's towards a more populated area, and obviously we want to keep an eye on the more populated areas right now. This also has a flash flood warning at the moment. That expires in another 3 hours. Yeah, I can do my math. This could be surging forward and causing a little bit of damaging wind activity over here in the next little bit. Storms really went up pretty quick with that too. This setup seems to be more so towards the warm front than it would be a dry line. So we could see a couple more bouts of storms before the night's out over across this region. Glad to have you back, Max. Closing in on our first hour on stream. Hey, contingents, you good, man? I heard from Baconator what happened. Are you all right? I appreciate the gesture, whether they do or don't join, man. Either way, it's appreciated. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't blame you for feeling bummed. I'm just glad you're all right, man. But that sounds like a fun process, too. Yeah, man, if you do what you got to do, though, tonight, if you aren't able to really hang on stream, then it's fine. Just, I want you to take good care of yourself. That's all, man. Like, that comes first and foremost. But I'm pretty sure you already know that. Could one of the admin keep an eye on that storm that's south of Oklahoma City, well, really south of Norman? Because while I'm watching these tornado warnings, which is really interesting though, because there's several different little areas right here of rotation. Well, there were. Now they're not. It looks like I said before, I felt like those areas of rotation weren't going to be holding up forever. I think we're probably going to lose this tornado warning here to the center in just a bit. It's no problem, man. Horns up. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I figured that much. I've had diabetics in my family, and taking them to urgent care whenever their sugar gets low can be kind of chaotic. So I definitely get it. I definitely get it. I mean, we're all a tight-knit community around here. So you already know. I want to make sure that everyone in my community is, or in the community, because it's not really just mine, it's you guys too. But anyone in the community, so to speak, I want to make sure they're all right if something's happened. Thanks, Max. I appreciate that, buddy. Appreciate that enthusiasm. I've developed quite the team behind me, man. I feel like I've developed a pretty cool team behind me. Even though you guys are honestly well, I can't say that on stream, but you guys are bat crazy. You know what I'm really trying to say. And really, I kind of wouldn't have it any other way. I don't want anyone that's boring and normal to be part of the team. They got to have a little bit of crazy in them. All right, man. Pop in when you can. It's no pressure either way, man. If something happens, we'll hit you up on Discord, of course. So that at least that way you can look at it down the line if you do miss anything. I do see a potential for a damaging wind threat with this storm as time progresses with this. I am starting to see that signature backward C shape, which is kind of trending towards a little bow echo trying to form. Question is, how long will this last? But yeah, you can kind of see what I'm talking about here. But there's more inflow than there is outflow. No, unfortunately on Saturday I have some previous obligations that I had already agreed to, and at the time there wasn't a slight risk. That's the most embarrassing. Well, not the most embarrassing, but the most irritating part. I was going contingent. See what I did there? It was contingent upon whether or not I was going to see a slight risk and what the hazard would be for. But at that time there was no weather area. I was thinking it was going to probably just remain as marginal. So literally the day before the slight risk comes out, I'm like, yeah, it should be fine. I should be free Saturday. Then this morning I looked, slight risk, of course. You can't make this stuff up, I tell you. Can't make this stuff up. Then again, my goal was to try to get on here and stream at 5:30, but you can thank Atlanta traffic for that not happening. And a few other factors. But mainly Atlanta traffic, because no one here has any sense when it comes to driving. That's just me being honest. So far you haven't. I think the main event's just really starting to begin here. But this is over towards Nebraska actually right now, and well, Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado. There's still tornadoes going on over here now. Oops. Go back over here. So all the tornado warnings are right here on this one little complex of storms that's developed here. I'm expecting these to eventually become outflow dominant and an increasing threat of damaging winds to emerge. Well, Contingents might not be on with us for very long tonight. It might be on and off because he has a little situation that he's dealing with at the moment. So just about all my admins are in except for Kyle, who's probably at work right now. Or actually, I think he's in school. I think he's doing his finals right now. Yeah, that one I want to watch, but this crazy complex of storms right here is kind of taking all of my attention because if you actually look at this on the scan, especially on the velocity scan here earlier, there were several different points of rotation, which was really interesting to look at. But yeah, if you could keep an eye on that storm over towards Oklahoma, strictly on that one, because whenever it goes tornado warn, we're gonna switch over to that one, because that one's over towards more populated areas. And of course, that's where the main event is. That's where all the chasers are. There's chasers up here too, but we can't see them. Or we can't look at any feeds from them right now. But we're back up to 7 people. Also, Max, you're part of Discord, aren't you? Hi, Pink Panther. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Also, if you're just jumping into the stream for the first time today, don't forget to like and share the stream so that way we can get this out to more people right now. It's an interesting weather situation going on here, but the main event actually is going to be more so towards Oklahoma within the next little bit here. The storms haven't really started to mature yet, but they are developing. Yeah, there's a bunch of tornado watches. There's at least 3 or 4, and they're for probably about maybe 5, maybe even 6 different states. Like really, I think the enhanced risk even started to stretch closer towards the Oklahoma-Texas line. So it's going to be a lot to cover. Share for a cookie. Oh my God, Max. I don't know who you're asking that to, Pink Panther, if you're asking them or if you're asking me. But I'll let them answer first, I guess. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I like cookies, but I already shared my own stream, so I can't do that. Yeah, if the chat moves enough, though, they aren't going to see it, so no cookie for them at that point. Also, Max, if you're on Discord, if you see something going on in the weather that you find interesting, you feel free to share it on Discord, man. Like, gladly talk weather. I mean, that's mainly what we do. We sometimes shoot the breeze, but for the most part, we talk weather whenever we can. I think I have a discussion. I think I have like a board that's for or a thread that has flooding. That's about flooding and outlooks. I don't know for sure. I made so many channels. I kind of went OCD a little bit on that. Just trying to keep it clean, keep it organized, so that way it's not full chaos. Unlike some of these chats in our live streams. Uh-oh. I'm gonna guess maybe that was the Oklahoma storm that finally went warned. No. Okay, there's one towards Kansas that got warned. It's a little further off to the south now. I think we're gonna get off of this storm for now and start to look a little further to the south at this point. I think it's about that time anyway, honestly. Let's start by zooming out so that we can locate this storm here. I think I'll go back to single screen too. Kind of help with the CPU a little bit. Oh wait, it's not that far away. It's actually in the same sector. Might want to switch radar though. So that's going to be another cell that we'll be watching in the next little bit here. Going to be playing musical chairs with the radar today, it looks like. This is a pretty widespread area that we're going to be covering. Rotation actually looks pretty broad with this, though, if I'm being honest. It doesn't seem like there's any tight point of rotation here as of yet, but I think this is a new storm that's developed too. So to already see that might be a little bit concerning here. Let's kind of go back. I think I'm going to actually go back to reflectivity really quickly. Well, it seems like it's already developed. It doesn't really seem like it's going to hold out, though. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say right now. I think these are from yesterday's reports. Yep, those are yesterday's reports. Thought I set this for 12 hours, not 24, but okay. We'll fix that when we get some time, maybe. This one's observed. No. Oh, yeah, we're looking at those already. Main thing, if you could, though, if you could do that for me, could you check those storms out that are over towards your area around, like, Texas, Oklahoma line? Because when those start to really go up and start producing, we're going to probably be jumping onto those and really focusing a lot more on those. Because those are probably going to be the more dangerous storms. If we can switch back to these other ones, we will, but if those start to really take off, that could become very dangerous down the line. Yeah, this is the only one left that's observed. I wonder how fast these are moving. I wonder how fast this one's moving. I'm going to imagine probably not too fast. 20 miles an hour. That sounds about right. I was thinking 15. I don't know why I was looking for the little X in the corner when there's like a huge blue close button at the bottom. That storm doesn't really look that impressive on radar. I wish I could open Radar Omega twice, but I already know my CPU would probably scream at me Jacksboro and Bryson counties. That must be towards the borderline. I kind of want to go over there and take a look at things. I think that tornado that's over here on this storm might be lifting. Or it might have lifted already. Oh, Jack County, not Jacksboro. I'm going to start looking at these storms over here now. Because those pique my interest. Those are piquing my interest. None of the storms in Oklahoma have severe thunderstorm warnings, interestingly enough. They just don't look like they've really developed as of yet. Jack County is pretty populated. None of these really... Yeah. Good thing looks like these might stay south of the Metroplex here. These are about to pass Norman, so it looks like the threat for the city from these storms is done. But more are expected to fire, though, too, so... Severe thunderstorm warning at the peak of your eye, too. There's a little inflow notch here, but that also looks like it's trying to go outflow dominant already. I wonder what the amount of decape here that these storms will end up being outflow dominant before they can really develop. I am a little bit suspicious of that. Yeah, none of these are rotating at the moment. It's inflow, but it's not rotation. But it could change quickly. We're in an environment where this could change quickly. Within the next hour, I expect things to start to ramp up a little bit more. So the two spots that I was noticing the most potential being was going to be towards the Oklahoma-Kansas line and then Oklahoma City. Towards the latter half of the afternoon, the little bit that I did get to look at, I did see maybe the Texas-Oklahoma line having a little bit of action. I think it was mainly going to be severe thunderstorms, so not so much tornadoes. Word. Oh, your phone turned off, Max? Nothing to apologize for, man. Nothing to apologize for. Just relaxing over here for right now. Things don't seem to be too crazy. I think I'm actually going to go back to those storms over towards Nebraska and Colorado, Kansas, all of those. It seems like that's all that we have going on at the moment. We're just kind of waiting things out. It's like we're almost in a sauna type situation, just sweating it out, just waiting to see what happens next. Let's go back towards the Goodland radar. They allowed that other tornado warning to expire at the moment. We'll see if it comes back or not. Yeah, it's just 2 tornado warnings left, and I don't even think the one that had the observed tag is still up. Yep, they're all radar. I think this is the only. Nope, no more observed tags on them. So it looks like we're going to be entering a quiet period here in just a little bit. I think within the next hour, the tornado potential is going to really start to increase as that low-level jet will start to come into play. No, not now. Now is not the time for more chaos, Wyatt. I can put you in timeout. You know that, right? I still can't believe you came on here yesterday with a secondary account that says, no, don't do it. As if we wouldn't know that it was you. As if we wouldn't know it wasn't you. It's like, okay, going to timeout. Wyatt stops responding. No, don't do it. Hi. That should probably be. That should have probably made it on the chat highlights thread on Discord. Yeah, it is nice when there's not absolute chaos going on with the weather. It's very nice. But of course, that's when less people watch, sadly. Because they will come to find that this would be a very fun place to be sometimes. Or maybe they would think we're crazy. I mean, we are, but hey, what can you do? Still a pretty good couplet right here. It's a very small one, but it is a couplet nonetheless. There is a tornado warning still, though, Wyatt. So no chaos just yet. Not the most impressive gate to gate, but there's something there. Oh, wow. You had to say something, Wyatt, because that's 91 miles an hour going in one direction. This actually has a pretty strong couplet on it. That's over 100 miles an hour gate to gate for sure. In fact, that was more like 120 gate to gate. So if that touches down, that might be a pretty considerable tornado. I think I'm going to switch over to CC here. And let's see if this isn't on the ground. Let's hope it's not. A little too noisy. I don't think it's on the ground. It's kind of hard to tell. And set it into loop just to be sure, but it looks pretty messy still. Oh, there's Kyle. Yeah, Kyle. So we're going to look at that storm over towards Bowie. That was one that Wyatt was actually mentioning. That was actually a good call, Wyatt. I think I'm going to get off this and then actually go ahead and look at that Bowie storm. All right, let's see if we can get there real quick. Yep, there it is. Yes, I am a professional, Alberta, Texas. I think we're going to switch out of CC here, try to get back to regular reflectivity. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now. Oh, it didn't switch over. Wait. It's doing its weird thing again. Okay, I don't know what's going on with my radar here. Oh, wait. All right, there we go. Let's go and look at this on loop, see how fast this fired. These are the ones we were looking at just a little bit ago. This was one of the 3 areas that I was talking about too. This was right on the Texas-Oklahoma line here. Looks like everybody's blasting south towards the storm now. Looks like Brandon and Brad are heading there. I'm pretty sure Vince is not far away from them if he's not already with them. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're all together. Closest one. No, I think Brandon's right behind Vince. Or Vince is right behind Brandon, I should say. Waiting to see how these develop here. Well, I mean, that low-level jet was going to start to kick in around this time, so I was expecting these storms to start to fire pretty quick, especially since a lot of these areas are above 2,000 joules on Cape. So it doesn't surprise me. I was expecting it to fire a little bit sooner, but it was pretty much going to be in a similar dramatic fashion. If you can get that screen capture and put it on Discord, though, that'd be awesome. Because I was trying to actually show when the destabilization process started over this region before the storm started firing, from when that last MCS had moved through the area, but my phone wasn't cooperating with me. Like trying to get the screen capture, I couldn't get it to work. It was very laggy when I tried to put the satellite loop on. You don't have radar, so you can't look at any other storms at the moment. Fair enough. It's fine. I would try to let you have Radar Omega, but apparently you can only look at it from one desktop at a time. So it's not like that's going to work, unfortunately. Let me get that little indicator out of the way for the tornado watch. The storm's trying to get on the tail end of this one. That could be a little bit of a problem. But I do see a little bit of another tail starting to develop here in the last scan. So there could be an inflow notch trying to develop here, and maybe a meso will start to form with this. This will probably be as it's going through Bowie. Let's see how fast this storm's moving, by the way. This is moving at 15 miles an hour, snail's pace type storm. So these would be easy for the storm chasers to keep up with. But if you happen to be under a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning tonight in these areas, you're probably gonna be under it for a while. So make sure you are comfortable at the very least. $55,000 tall Echo Top just southwest of Bowie. I'm going to guess that's probably where that hail core is starting to develop. This could be a big storm if this gets its act together, which it seems like it's actually on the way to doing so. So I guess we'll stick with this storm for right now. Back up to 8. And it's right on schedule as things are starting to heat up here. Brandon's getting closer to the storm. He may end up having to core punch it though in a minute here. If he can blast on the highway fast enough, he might be able to get here. Let's hope the traffic's good for him. In fact, I wonder if he can get a look at that Echo Top or that overshooting top. Oh, it's different state names, different states' name for Bowie or Bowie or. I guess I'll call it Bowie. If it's called Bowie, then so be it. Or if it's something else I don't know about, then crap. Had to sneeze there. Also, if anyone is just tuning in for the first time today, definitely hit that like button because we're almost at 10 likes. Definitely would like to get above 10 likes. We got up to 10 viewers a little bit ago. Hopefully we can get a few more before the night's over, because we'll be here for a little bit. I'm gonna see, like I said though, I'm gonna actually go ahead and see if we can pull his stream up here real quick and get a look at what Brandon could be seeing, even though he's very far away from the storm. Okay, we are getting him.
Crankshaft on move. Move for you. Thank you so much for your super chat.
I wonder what these guys use as their streaming platform. I mean, I know they stream on YouTube, but I'm curious what their stream operating equipment is. Oh. Ah. Okay, what?
Thank you so much for your guys'
pretty laggy right now on his end.
Cash App
Or my
and
end.
Venmo donate. Needle a move for you, Lisa.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we'll see the overshooting tops. It looks like he's going through another storm, so that's going to make it a little hard. Yep, he's about to drive through that little cell that's popped up there just now. Storm's looking better and better on radar, though. With each scan, it looks better and better. We're already within the first 90 minutes here. I think I see a little bit of an inflow notch. Yeah, you might have a good view from this angle. Yep, we're starting to get an inflow notch right here. That little sucker right there. That was a really bad circle. But right up in there is where that inflow notch, where that warm air can come in for the storm. Should that extend a little further to the south and we can get some wraparound, it could get ugly. I know it's sunny, but you could probably see the overshooting top. If you do see it, put that picture in Discord, man. Don't be stingy. Wonder if those tornado warnings are still ongoing. And yep, they're all ongoing in Kansas now. Starting to see a little bit more signs of development with this storm here. Still going to be more. It's still going to be a little while before this thing starts to warrant tornado warnings, but I don't think it's going to take long here. This one to the south is starting to look a little better too, towards Jacksboro. Why are you moving to Iowa, if you don't mind me asking? Or are you wanting to move to Iowa? Oh, family farm in Iowa. Okay, cool. Cool. You'll probably still see plenty of action over there. Might be a tad bit tougher to chase versus Texas. So actually, I don't think I'm going to check velocity just yet. I do kind of want to look at the, I want to see if there's any hail in here, though. Starting to get a much stronger hail core over here. This one further towards the south in Jacksboro's almost got maxed out values here. So it's big time. Oh, yeah. Well, if you chase in Iowa, road networks aren't quite as good as Texas, so just a heads up there. Make sure you know your area. I think that would be the best advice to give you there. Rough Springs Supercell. Where is that one? Is that the one that's over towards Oklahoma? Oh, Rush Springs. All right. I might have to switch radars here real quick. I think that radar's probably local. We'll go for the Norman radar here if we can. Oh, you are familiar with Iowa? It's a different beast when you actually start driving, though. Like, a lot of what you think about roads, it's a little bit different. So that's something to keep an eye on. But if you've been there enough, it probably won't take long for it to click. Okay, so the Rush Springs storm here. Yeah, it does look like it's trying to get a little bit more impressive here. Both of those kind of look like they're going at the same time. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with these. It's really looking like tail end Charlie here. I think that's what Brad Arnold's might be stopping for. Back down to 5 people. Doesn't really show good on reflectivity here on the Oklahoma City radar. Maybe I should try this radar? Doesn't look like it's bad. Yeah, it doesn't really look that great on this one either. Oh, there's a tornado warning. It's the one that was just south of the Bowie storm over towards Jacksboro. Probably going to see this one maybe get a tornado warning in a bit too. See if I can switch radar sites here, get to a better one. Finally starting to get these storms beginning to fire here. I think I'll look at the... Actually, I'm going to switch over to Fort Worth. I think that's going to be the closest. We're back in the action here. Come on, give me Dallas. All right, here we go. Here we go. It's got a nice little appendage on there. It's going to probably form in a really nice... It's already formed what looks like a pretty decent hook on it. Let's go ahead and look at this one on velocity. I expect this to really start to intensify as time goes on. There's plenty of lightning with it too. Ooh, yeah, that's a good couplet to start out with. And we're in the kind of environment to where this will likely grow as time goes on. Definitely, if you are in Jacksboro right now, you need to be taking cover. This is moving slow. It's moving at 15 miles an hour. But nonetheless, you need to be in your safe place if you're anywhere in central Jack County here. This is moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So the next towns down the line here would be, if this holds up, let's go a little bit outside of here. So it looks like it's only Jacksboro for right now. This could either go right through the heart of town or just pass a little bit south of Jacksboro. Hang on a minute. See a secondary couplet, and this is just to the southeast of Bowie. And this is one we're going to have to look out for. This might be the next tornado warning here in just a little bit. So we'll try and keep both of these in frame here. And then we'll just kind of keep tabs on these other storms as time goes on here. So we have a couple observed tornado warnings towards Kansas. I think this is towards Sherman County. Might go ahead and, I don't want to necessarily go away from this storm just yet though. Dang. Yeah, I'm gonna stay with this one for right now. If anyone could potentially keep tabs on that storm that's over towards Sherman County and Kansas, definitely, if you could do so, that would be awesome. So I'm going to keep an eye on this storm since it's in populated areas too. Once it passes Jacksboro, though, if it does so in the next few minutes, I'll probably switch back over to Sherman if it's still up there. Go ahead and look at gate to gate while I'm at it here. So no super strong gate to gate, but not necessarily weak either. This of course is still developing, so the next few scans are going to be really telling. I think it's going to be just rotating over Jacksboro maybe. Hopefully it doesn't touch down in Jacksboro. Hopefully it stays radar indicated, and just, if it's going to touch down, I hope it touches down in rural area where there's no one around. Just a cornfield storm, that would be really nice. But that rotation couplet is getting a little bit more impressive. Starting to see some good wraparound with winds going towards the radar. So we're getting a little bit of RFD trying to come in here, it looks like. You can kind of see it on the radar here just a little bit with this area right here. The circulation is about to go right over Jacksboro right now. So again, if you are in Jacksboro, you need to be heading to your safe spot on the double. Go ahead and actually throw this one into a loop here real quick while we're at it. It's moving so slow. There we go. It's moving a little better. Oh, we made had a sudden little surge here. We're up to 7 people. Anyone just tuning in for the first time today, we are watching a severe weather event across Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas. We are looking at a tornado warning near Jacksboro, Texas right now. Severe thunderstorm that has quickly developed tornadic features right now. Circulation is heading right over Jacksboro, so if you know anyone in that area, let them know there might be a tornado trying to form over them right now. Also watching this storm over here towards Bowie, where we could have an additional point of rotation beginning to develop here. So that storm may go tornado warned soon. Could be seeing this through a good part of the evening and even into the overnight. Storm's getting a little bit better on radar with each scan here. And so does this storm over towards Bowie. Storms seem to be forming right on that dry line, just like a lot of the weather community has been anticipating. I think in the next little bit here, we could start to see a tornado warning with this storm. Starting to form a very notable hook trying to take shape right here. Hope got better in the last game just a minute ago. Each scan, this storm gets better over here. I think this storm's going to probably be more impressive starting out. Both of these are in a sector where not much has been going on here, so both of these storms can really start to Yep, there it is. There's a tornado warning. Really wish I had the siren set up working, but I haven't gotten it going just yet. I'm gonna have to work on that once we get into this slow period here that's coming next week. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at velocity again now. Hey, what's up, Baconator? Welcome back. 2 tornado warnings. These are in Texas now. We're starting to see the main event begin to take shape here. Both of these are starting to get a good wrap up of RFD from the looks of it on radar. This rotation's heading right over Jacksboro right now. And then that new tornado warning, I think, is going to stay south of Bowie. Starting to see increasing rotation actually a little further to the north of Jacksboro now. That could be the point where the tornado ends up trying to come down here, right on State Road 148. Yep, that seems to be the point where we're getting more concentrated rotation now. Also, peep the lightning. That's another good indicator that the storm's intensifying here. This one towards Bowie also has pretty good lightning on it as well. Yeah, this rotation so far looks like it should stay just south of Bowie here. And then after it passes Bowie, it might be in some relatively rural area from the looks of it. No, wait, there's a bunch of smaller towns in the path of this. Salona looks like, oh, you're good, Baconator. But after this passes by Selma, it might pass in between McDonald and Fruitland here. Maybe it might go towards Salona here the next little bit. But yeah, you're all good, Baconator. We were kind of in a semi-slow period, but we've been watching these supercells starting to emerge over here towards Texas. Haven't seen anything over towards Oklahoma just yet. I wonder why these guys haven't done anything yet with these storms here. I do find that interesting. Severe thunderstorm warning just outside Oklahoma City here, by the way. All right, we've hit 11 likes now. Awesome. Anyone that is just tuning in for the first time today, we are in the middle of a severe weather, potentially in a severe weather outbreak over towards the southern plains and even towards the central plains. Been multiple tornadoes over towards Kansas, Nebraska, and Colorado today, and now we're starting to see the southern half of the event start to unfold here. Been live for 110 minutes here now. Okay, that point of rotation just south of Bowie is really starting to intensify now. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and look at that one on gate to gate. Reed Timmer is apparently on this storm here. Whoa, hold the phone. Mesocyclone on it? Not surprised. Which one is he on? Is he on the northern tornado warning or the southern? I thought I saw a glimpse of about 82 on the gate to gate for a second here. Yep, there I did see an 82 on here. This has a lot of inflow with it. Oh, meso discussion. Oh. We'll take a look at that in a little bit here. There's a couple of points here where we're getting up to about maybe close to 100 mile per hour gate to gate. It's still not super tight though. All right. I'll take a look at the meso discussion in just a minute. I'm actually going to pull that up. I'm probably not going to be able to show that on stream just yet. I'll see if I can get it to work, but might be a minute. You're going to watch CBS Live? All right, have fun. I'm waiting to see what the SPC has to offer here as far as mesoscale discussions. It seems like it's for this complex of storms that we're looking at right now. Just waiting for the meso discussion to pop up here. The strongest point of rotation keeps moving around with this storm, so it's still evolving. So question will be just what happens next with this thing. We're going to switch back to reflectivity and get a better look at it. Looks like it is having a little bit of a struggle here. I think there might be too much inflow with that one. Ooh, this storm over here is forming a nasty hook now, though. It's really, this storm towards Jacksboro is really healthy. It could drop something in the next little bit here. Sorry, I was having a little drink real quick. Trying to keep myself hydrated for the stream. Like I said, we're going to be here for a good bit here. But so far, based off of this rotation, it's not super impressive. It's pretty tight, but not intense. Or not super intense. Some good inflow. Again, we're getting up to probably about 40 miles an hour or more. Or close to 40 miles an hour. Actually, a little less right now at the moment. But overall, gate to gate is not that impressive at the moment. Again, we're not even towards peak time, so this does have a chance to really mature if it holds together. This might be trying to go outflow dominant, this storm over here towards Bowie. Lowering in Montego. Okay. Yep, this is the Bowie storm here. I mean, it probably has a wall cloud, but it seems like it's struggling a little bit, like it's outflow dominant, like it'll form a wall cloud, but it may not be enough to produce a tornado at this very moment. But literally, this can change in the blink of an eye here. Montague. 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 Okay, that makes sense. Tired. Anyway. Monte. With or without? But this anyway, the Bowie storm over here. It's that little notch right there. Okay, there we go. That's a better scan right there. Okay, without. This little cell that's popped up to the south of the Jacksboro storm is going to maybe impede this a little bit. Literally formed on the outflow of this storm here, it looks like. What's wrong, Baconator? Yeah, this next scan looks a little better. I could see a funnel cloud maybe trying to develop with this. Will she go, though? That's the question. Will she go? That hook could, if that hook definitely tightens up, that's going to become a huge problem. I'm going to screenshot this one. Got that screenshotted. Or that got that screenshot. I think the one towards Jacksboro is probably going to expire. That's my guess. Yep, this is in Texas right now. This is right near the Texas-Oklahoma line. This is right around that enhanced risk area right now. Apparently Reed Timmer's on this storm right here. Obviously, we can't look at his stream. Oh, okay, good. Or is that not good? Because I think it's your uncle that you were talking about that chases. And I think I might actually know who your uncle is now. I don't know his name, but I think I know his face. Yeah, I know. I'm remembering that. Do you think he's out today? I'm going to guess he's probably more so towards Kansas, maybe. Just my guess. Was he in the first couple seasons in the TIV with Sean? Oh, he's in Oklahoma. He's still waiting. Or was he in the first couple of seasons of Storm Chasers, or was he in the last couple? Oh, they let that tornado warning extend, be reissued right here. Wow. I had to suck my teeth on that one. Come on, man. Oh, he was on TIV 2. I'm going to guess Brandon Ivy. Or it was the guy that was the medic. was it the medic? I could never remember his name. Oh, it was that guy that got swapped out for Matt. And then he left. That guy's your uncle. That's cool. Be sure to tell him I said hello. But yeah, he was in the tip for like the first couple of seasons, if I remember correctly, though. I hope it wasn't Matt. Well, it can't be Matt Hughes, unfortunately, because Matt isn't with us anymore, sadly. All right, so let's look and see who else might be in line in this next tornado warning here. You don't know. We know Sean isn't your uncle, so there's only a couple. That only leaves like 2 or 3 people remaining. So if it's not Brandon, then it's either the guy that's the medic that moved on to the team, or it could have been that guy that was a firefighter too, but he was in Tiv 1, not Tiv 2. Darren doesn't sound unfamiliar. I think that does ring a slight bell. It's hard for me to remember everybody's name. Brett wasn't on Tiv. Now the storm over towards Bowie is looking a little less impressive now. We're going to basically start to focus more on this storm over towards Jacksboro, or just east of Jacksboro. Neither of these points of rotation are really impressive. Not the most impressive points of rotation right now. We know these can evolve quickly, but this doesn't really seem like these are going to be producing too quickly right now. Or at least from the perspective of this radar. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and take a look and see who's in line here for this more southern storm. Are you going to send a video on Discord? Okay. Doesn't look like there's anyone in the path of this storm. That's good. It's mainly staying rural. Whatever happened to Tiv 2 now? I mean, I know it's not out in the field anymore, but what's happened to it? Does Sean keep it? Or did he give it to somebody? I'm wondering. Oh, you sent it? I think I just got the note on my phone. I guess I can look at it since we're not necessarily in a slow period, but more so Also, just kind of a weird period. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Tornado in Oklahoma now. This one's observed. That's why you never want to get too complacent. Kind of let our guard down. Zoom out a bit so I can get a better look. Might have been those storms that Brandon and Vince and them are on. No? Uh-oh, these are close. Uh-oh, there's a tornado warning near Moore, and I think this one's the one that's observed. Oh, man. Yeah, he has every right to be, because look what I'm seeing right now. These are right outside OKC here. 3 tornado warnings here. One of them has an observed tag on it. I would love it if my radar would kind of work here. None of these have remarkable rotation here, but we're also close to the radar site, so it's going to be a little harder to see. I'm going to go to this Frederick radar over here. Maybe we might get a better view. I'm trying to understand why these guys haven't gotten on any of these storms here. I do find that kind of odd. Or maybe they didn't want to get too close into the city. Chasing in the city sounds like a nightmare to try to deal with. All right, so let's go ahead and see if we can get a better view from this vantage point. Survey says no. That's kind of irritating, not gonna lie. We're so close to this side over here towards Norman that it's going to be a little tougher to pick up on this. Yeah, we're going to focus on these storms now. These storms are right outside Oklahoma City here, and one of them is observed. Might have been a brief tornado, though. I can't get a great look at it through velocity, which is really irritating. We are way too close to this radar site to get a good view. We do have this camera right here that we could look at. Don't know how much we will see exactly, but we're going to give it a shot here. No, those trees are in the way. At least we have a good feed. I guess we can keep this off to the side if we could. All right. I didn't want it full screen. It's a nice little hook that's just outside of Bridge Creek right here, though. It's like a whole squall line of severe storms with tornado potential now. It's crazy. And if this stays on track, this could be heading towards Newcastle and Moore here. One of the most unlucky places in the world when it comes to tornadoes. Okay, we still got that feed up and running, which is nice. Probably going to have a harder time if we throw this into a loop here, but we're going to try it. I don't think it's going to work. Yep. Not enough CPU to run that right now. Hook's starting to go away with that right here. We could just be getting too close to the radar here too, which is making things a little hard. Yep, we lost that feed, it looks like. Well, we'll wait for it to buffer a little longer and see if maybe we might get something out of it. I think we're still too far away and still too many trees in the way to really get a good view, though. I think we'll just get out of it. All right. So it looks like outside of these storms here, the one towards Chickasha looks pretty impressive here. Tornado on the ground. Dang, I wish we could see it. There's no Omega radar Omega chasers on here. I'm betting you probably Valcaster is on there as well. Probably looking at that storm. We gotta find a way to get access to more chaser feeds. Just being limited to about 3 or 4 on radar Omega is not really going to be enough in the future. Just how do I go about doing that, though? That's my question. Go ahead and look at that. Yep. So this is the confirmed tornado over towards Tuttle. This is in Grady County. How fast are these moving? None of these have an observed tag on them. That's crazy. Even though these are reported tornadoes. Have they upgraded this yet? Nope. Kind of crazy. Should be expecting an upgrade to one of these tornado warnings in the next few minutes here. And it's odd because this is actually looking a lot like how the HRRR model looked today. So it was actually so the HRRR actually nailed this forecast today. What's going on with these guys? What happened? Why is Brandon, Vince, and Brad all just stuck down there? Or maybe the map just hasn't updated? Just what could have happened? I hope these guys are okay. Can't pull up his feed right now, that's for sure. I gotta do something with his CPU. This is gonna drive me nuts. Not being able to see anything. Okay, let's see if Vince is going to pull up and have anything pull up there. So far, it looks almost identical, where we aren't going to really be able to see much of anything. Okay, there we
This is
go.
The problem with storm chasing is this can be very.
So I think they had an issue of some kind, and now they're having to play catch up and try to get to these storms here. There are two areas far up at once, and you have to pick one. It's always that chance that you end up somehow missing, and I think that might have been what happened there. Those guys ended up missing, or something happened. Storm chasing is a very frustrating game. That's always what I've been told, and it's easy to see why, if you ask me. Very easy, actually. Storm just south of Chickasha looks really, really good. Looks like this could easily produce something down the line here. It'd be nice if I could see this on reflectivity here. But we're way too close to the radar. I mean, you can see that there's a point of rotation, but it's a bit on the messy side. I think this is going to be the best view that we'll get out of all of these storms that have tornado warnings on them. But we're practically within maybe a handful of miles of the radar site here with this storm that's over towards Bridge Creek. I think this is the point of rotation here. I'm going to assume. And then with this storm here, I have no idea where the rotation is. It just looks like a really big mess right there in that spot. Just really hate that I cannot pull up anybody's feed right now with a tornado. But if you happen to be in any of these areas here and you just so happen to be watching this stream or anyone else's stream for that matter, just make sure you're in your safe spot, because this is it's hard to tell what's going on the radar here from Radar Omega. So let's make sure that we are doing what we're supposed to do here. Don't try and look at this storm. Should be pretty photogenic though, honestly, if you went to go look at it, but I still wouldn't encourage you to do it. Down to 2 tornado warnings here. This storm over here does still have that hook that's just to the south of Mustang here, so we'll have to watch that. If that continues onward, that could actually go into Oklahoma City itself, like proper Oklahoma City. So very interesting situation beginning to actually very dangerous situation beginning to develop here. We have one and possibly even a second tornado warning right around the Oklahoma City metro right now. So again, pleading with you, make sure that you are doing what you are supposed to do. These storms are close to the radar site, so they're going to be a little tricky for me to see. But nonetheless, let's make sure that we are doing what we're supposed to do. Let's make sure we're in our safe spot. Because this does have an observed tag on it, if I remember correctly. Or this does have a tornado on the ground. The storm over here that's heading towards Alex, Oklahoma, I think it's going to pass just north of you guys. But Dibble, we'll have to watch you. Then maybe even Cole yet again. We may have to watch you once more. Watching you for the threat of maybe a tornado here in the next little bit. I remember the Cole storm from last month. That was quite an adventure there, to say the least. To think that we could see another setup like that is kind of crazy to me. But in the next hour or so, we're going to have to watch you guys over there in Cole. Both of these tornado warnings are still radar indicated right now. We have an observed tornado warning here in Kansas, by the way. This is for Thomas and Rawlings County, so make sure you are in your safe spot as well. We're going to go ahead and take a look at that. I want to go ahead and take a look at that one real quick. All right. I think actually we'll go ahead and take a look at that one real quick with the observed tag. There's our storm right there. Let's go ahead and look at the Goodland radar again. It's probably like the 6th time today we've looked at Goodland when we weren't looking at these storms over towards Oklahoma. There's been a lot of tornadoes up here today in particular. In fact, the lion's share of our reports are actually from Kansas. Oklahoma has the potential for the strong tornadoes, but I think actually the big winner today has been Kansas so far. And it's right on that little MCS complex that I've been keeping track of intermittently throughout the evening. Right on the south side, there's a little comma head that's developed here. Kinematics were mildly impressive considering we're near that cold front and low pressure, so the lift was going to be a little better here. But instability was going to be a question across this region, but it looks like we aren't having that problem. And this is going to be just outside of Colby here the next little bit. It could very well even hit the town of Colby in the next little bit. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Let's go ahead and look at that. Let's go ahead and look at the speed real quick before I go ahead and do that. 30. Yeah, it looks like it's just mainly the town of Colby that's the only thing really out here. And that looks like it's not going to be there for at least another 20 minutes or so. A little bit less. Nonetheless, though, I think we'll watch this storm until we wait and see what happens with these other storms, since this is close to a populated area. And not to mention the fact that, well, my brain isn't working. But not to mention the fact that I can't really see anything going on with any of these storms from a visual perspective right now, unfortunately. And all these storms are moving very slow. That's another thing to make note of. Alright, so in the meantime, I guess we can look at velocity with this. Hang down only 3 people. come on. Forgot to get that off of there again. It's a little too quiet in here. All right. Looking at this on velocity, it's not super impressive there. I mean, I do see where the point of concern is. It'll be right up in here, but even then, that's looking a little bit more broad. I think we're going to switch back to those storms in Oklahoma now. This is probably a short-lived tornado that went through this area over here. Still want to watch Colby here, but I think we're going to have to probably shift back towards the Oklahoma storms too. It's going to be playing musical chairs with the radar here tonight. Okay, it looks like Brandon and Vince are getting closer to those storms now. It's the only good thing about them moving at about 15 to 20 miles an hour is the fact that they can catch up to these storms a lot quicker. So maybe we might be able to see something in just a little bit here. It would be cool to see tornadoes again on stream for the second time in a row, so long as they aren't affecting anyone negatively. Hey, Thunder Wolf. Hopefully you're doing well. We're watching some tornado warnings over here towards Oklahoma City. Still don't have one that's gotten the observed tag, even though there was a confirmed tornado on the ground a little earlier. We're starting to get closer to this little camera site over here towards Norman. We'll try and take a look at that again. I'm wondering just exactly what we'll see from this. Should see some pretty good cloud movement at the very least. Oh, Slaughterville? Yeah. There needs to be a lot. There should be a pretty good metal show, or a metal, not show, but a metal scene over there. I would hope so, at the very least. If there isn't, then I'm very disappointed. Well, earlier this camera site was working pretty well. It doesn't look like that's the case now, which really sucks. I guess we'll go ahead and take a look at this southern storm here. If it's still holding together, then more than likely we might get to take a look at it. I've yet to check out Humanity's Last Breath. Sound like, from what I hear, they're a pretty good band. They might be melodic death metal from the looks of it. If so, I'd love to hear them. I would absolutely love that. The Chickasha storm doesn't look so impressive anymore either on radar. Starting to lose some of these storms over here in Oklahoma. Just as quickly as they form, they're starting to kind of look not as impressive. This one over here towards Blanchard looks a little interesting. Oh, progressive deathcore. Eh. Wait a minute. Yeah, I have heard of them now. I have heard of them. They do sound familiar. I'll have to check them out. I might have heard a song from them. I may have heard maybe like a snippet of a song actually on social media. I think it was like Instagram or something. But I've been meaning to check some bands out lately. I guess I could check them out at some point. I'm trying to find a lot more melodic death metal bands personally, if I were to say so myself. Looks like they let that nice. Oh yeah. I'm trying to find more underground stuff. Archspire is pretty well up there at this point. Archspire, Insomnium, Omnium Gatherum, all those guys, I'm pretty familiar with them. In fact, Insomnium's my favorite band. Yeah, Archspire deserves to be up on that list. Like, they do a really good job. That's on my bucket list of bands to see live. I've seen quite a few. But the ones that have eluded me, Omnium Gatherum, I wouldn't call LVT, well, maybe they are melodic death metal, but they're more folky than any other band. They're definitely folky, but I do like them a lot. They're on the bucket list. I almost got to see a lot of bands live this year, but it didn't work out, mainly due to car troubles. All right, well, the Chickasha storm is no longer tornado warned. We're basically looking at these storms over here towards Newcastle, Moore, and Norman now. As far as rotation is concerned, I'm not going to really be able to get a good look at it from velocity because we're so close to the radar. These inflow notches look like they're trying to undercut each other, so it's going to be hard to keep tornadoes going with these storms being in such an oversaturated environment. So we might be seeing a decline in severe over in this region. Now the storms over towards Texas might get interesting now going forward. But it looks like these are... No, we still got one tornado warning. Just one. Alright, so let's go ahead and switch radars really quickly. New severe thunderstorm warning just popped up on that storm behind the flank of this tornado warning. And from what we see here, it does not look that impressive on radar. This might actually expire in just a little bit as well. Storms might be kind of ending a little early here. Plan to be on for maybe another hour or so at the very least, but if it starts a really downtrend like this, I could end it a little early. back, Wyatt. Starting to see a bit of a downtrend here in activity here across Oklahoma and Texas. Number of tornado warnings are dropping off here, and not to mention really just the look of these storms on radar is not that impressive, thankfully. I was a bit concerned about the threat for stronger tornadoes, but very quickly these are starting to turn more linear. But this storm that's formed over here towards Rush Springs has just gotten a new tornado warning on it, and this has an observed tag on it. This is towards southwestern Grady County. This is moving northeast at 10 miles an hour. So this tornado is basically not moving anywhere. So these chasers are going to catch up. And they're more than likely going to see it if it stays down. The question is, will they stay down? It's the first time we've looked at Brad Arnold's stream today. Let's see what we can find with him. Since we're in the plains, there might be a chance that he could see it from this distance. More than likely, he isn't going to be able to show it. But maybe within the next few minutes, he might be able to, if it stays down. That's the key part, if it stays down. Finally got to pull up the meso discussion, but that's going to probably expire within the next hour, within the next few minutes actually. And we cannot get Brad's stream up. Wait, oh no. All right, let's try that again. Of course, when I exit out of it, that's when that would happen.
The highway that goes
So,
from Marlow.
no view from this
If that's the highway we use, yeah.
point.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
We can watch him as he closes in on this storm here.
They'll be turning right in 5.9 miles.
Yeah.
Come on, stream, hang in there for me. There's that tornado warning that's just outside of Newcastle and maybe heading towards Moore. I don't think anything's down with this, though. This has remained as a radar indicated tornado warning for the longest. Hopefully it stays that way outside of Moore. We do not want to see them get hit again. Oh crap, it's actually observed. And we can't see anything with this one, so we'll go ahead and actually try to see if we can't get another look from this camera view here. I probably would expect to see the skies beginning to darken with this look now. If it will load. So we were having a really tough time getting streams up today, getting feeds up there. Does look like it's getting a bit darker. It's probably still going to be a good bit of time before this storm gets over that camera site. Oh, come on. Work with me here, please. Okay. Aw. It looked like it was starting to work. Well, guess we're gonna have to switch back here real quick. Let's see what Brandon's gonna do here. Okay, so Brandon's stream is trying to work here. Question is, will it, and what will we see? Because it looks like he's in a little grove of trees here. Let's just hope that it works. Yeah, it looks like we're not getting anybody's feeds to work. That is super frustrating. I wonder which storm they're going to head on to. I feel like they're going to latch towards the storm that's over towards Rush Springs, especially since it has the observe tag on it, and it looks a little bit better. It's a little easier to see on radar versus this other one that's over towards Norm. No, I think they're heading north. But it looks like Brad's heading towards this southern storm over here towards Rush. Boy. I just wish I could get one of these guys' feeds up at a more stable point. I just don't know why today we're having such a hard time. I thought I would have had more of that trouble yesterday, considering how far out to the west we are.
Complete
But
environment around the area.
Yeah, so
Guess
that might
not.
be for this storm.
It's very possible.
all right, let's see what we can get here, though. Maybe we might get lucky. Come on. We had him up for a few seconds. Then we lost him. Guess we can go to velocity and just hold out. Maybe that somehow we'll end up seeing something down the line here. Ooh, that is actually a really strong couplet right there. I'm pretty sure that there's something down with this. Really strong inflow there. Point of outflow, and we could very well be seeing a pretty strong tornado beginning either on the ground or developing again. So we got 53 towards the radar, about almost 87 going away from the radar. So that's nearly 130, around about 130, 140 miles an hour, close to. So that's some pretty strong gate-to-gate shear there. This storm is a beast. And then there's a sneaky little rotation here with this storm here. But of course, when we get closer to this radar site here, that's when we start to run into problems. We're too far away from the radar site that I'm looking at for the southern storm, and then over towards, if we switch this over towards the Oklahoma City radar, it's even worse. It's just like this part of the city, just because of the proximity between the two radars. We're in just enough of a situation where it's a radar hole, and it's super frustrating. I do see potential for rotation right here towards Newcastle, but it's kind of hard to tell with all the stuff that we have going on the map here and the proximity to radar. The second we start to clear this and get towards I-35, radar is going to get really funky. hope my computer is not frozen here. It's the last thing I would want right now in the middle of something like this. Storm doesn't look as impressive on radar as it did on that last radar site. I find that a little bit interesting. That last scan looked really good. Now this scan looks a little less impressive. Tornado might be weakening. I don't think Brad's going to get there in time, it looks like. Might be lifting, but there could be a new circulation trying to develop right here. And where is Brad in relation to this? He might be seeing the first one rope out, if it hasn't already. And then we'll probably see this new one as it's new circulation as it heads towards Alex. The storm may try to recycle though. But yeah, it looks like Brad is a little too far, just a little bit out of position. Hey, Baconator, welcome back, man. Nah, I haven't had a chance to. A couple of these have been observed tornado warnings here, so I've been kind of watching these a little bit closer. I want to look at it though. I'm going to in just a little bit here. But these storms are very close to populated areas here. Both of these have observed tags, including this one over here that's possibly going to be heading towards more. I've been trying to get a feed going, but it just doesn't seem like it's working tonight. Way different from yesterday for whatever reason. Maybe there's some update on my computer I'll have to do later. Don't know for sure. Go ahead and actually look at that video since I can't look at a feed right now anyway. Let's probably turn the volume down. Oh, I've seen this video. All right, well, let's ignore the noise outside my door. And we're going to go ahead. Yeah, I've seen that video. It's a really old video. Isn't it? It's like a pretty old video. What? Why'd they reject you? Why would they reject you? That's stupid. But yeah, that's a really old video. I don't know how I ended up seeing it years ago, but I did. That's a long story, Wyatt. I caught it earlier in the stream. But yeah, Baconator's pretty much telling you. Yeah, exactly. And ER takes forever to handle that kind of thing. So that's very problematic. To say the least, that's very problematic. That's wild. New cell forming out ahead of this little main line here. Maybe these could be the next ones that will go tornado warning down the line. Still probably have a tornado warning with an observed tag in Kansas. We've had those on and off throughout the course of the stream. No, none of these have observed tags anymore. So it looks like we might be making a good trend here in the right direction. Back up to 9 people. Welcome, welcome. I find it funny though that, and I'm not trying to bash anyone when I say this, that it's an emergency room, but you would think it would be an emergency. People would be in and out of there fast. It's literally the opposite. Storm also has a history of producing a quarter-size hail. Yeah, trust me, I know. But man, that's wild. I don't know why I didn't switch to this radar yet. I think I'm going to just keep an eye on these southern storms now, see what they end up doing. They don't really look like they're going to do a lot here. Oh, gotten up to 13 likes. That's a good start. Oh, there's a new tornado warning for this storm that was in between Chickasha and Norman. Go ahead and take a look at these guys' streams, even though I'm probably not looking like I'm going to get anything out of it. It's also look like these are HP storms, so we may not get a great view if we can get one at all.
Holding up pretty soon. What are you thinking?
It's a pretty ominous sky out there where
Go a
Brandon
little
is.
south of this intersection, see if I can get away with my trees. See if I.
Yeah, with him being close towards the city, that also the factor of trees and buildings in the way is also going to become a thing. All right, Wyatt. See you later. Dang it. Driving through rain.
Oh, why?
Okay, great. We got traffic behind us. I'm trying to stop them.
Go right here. Right here.
Confirm.
He's found a little clearing, it looks like, in the trees. Try and get a
Dropping right
good
in front of
visual
us.
of the storm here.
I agree.
Looks like he might have found a decent spot. Or he's still looking for one, more or less.
Maybe a tornado right there, guys.
Is that a funnel or is it
I
scud?
see something there too.
I can't tell completely.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, but I do
Too
see
far
something.
away, but it's been wrapping up underneath that wall cloud.
Yeah, it looks like
Ooh,
from
it's a big bump.
yeah. It's like got that conveyor belt motion on the right edge of it too.
It looks scuddy, but I don't know.
It's, let's go ahead and move this over so we can get a look at the radar too while we're at it.
What is it, like a half paved, half stone road?
That sounds like a lovely
Hey,
thing
off to the left,
to
off to the
drive
left.
on
Yeah,
half-paved,
that's
half-stone roads. I've been on a few of those, courtesy of landscaping.
To the left, Brandon, off to the
It's
left.
not
There's
fun.
a major funnel kind of there, right there.
Uh-oh, funnel cloud. Ah, come on, don't do that. Getting to the good part here. This is where Brandon is right here in relation to the storm, just outside of Dibble. He's in the perfect spot to be able to see this tornado, and then it looks like he has a decent escape option here. So, if we can just keep his stream stable, then maybe we might see something in the next bit here. I do see some scud rising over here to the right on the screen. So that's a good sign that the storm has some good inflow for now. If it'll hold out, I think it could produce for him. Well, and there's the funnel cloud right there. We got a good view of it. Unfortunately, we are struggling to keep him up right now. If it touches down, it's going to touch down right next to him, it looks like. He might have to actually move. Yep, he's moving. Yeah, he's going to have to get ready to move really fast. Getting a blurry picture now.
How's your vision?
Looks like we might have to let Wyatt know that he missed something here. One of my admin. And there, of course, is Vince, practically conjoined to the hip here. Yeah, it looks like we aren't able to keep Brandon up, unfortunately. It's getting interesting. We might have seen a tornado here in just a minute. Maybe we might. I'm gonna try again, or actually, I'm gonna try Vince. I don't know if we're gonna get Vince up either. Wait. Hang on. No, we're struggling. We are struggling to keep Vince, to get Vince on here. We can't keep Brandon on here. Might not be able to see this one, unfortunately. I really hope we can. We had it for a while there, and then we just started to lose it finally. My computer might be in for a little update real quick, so it could be, that could be the problem as well, but we're already here, so we're just going to try to battle through it as best as we can. Yeah, I don't think we're getting his stream. Oh, man. That's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. Seems like Brandon is our best shot at this point. I don't know if we're going to get him, it looks like. This does not seem like it's wanting to comply with me here. Dang. Would have been the second day on the road to see a tornado on stream here. But does not look like that was meant to be right now. It could happen later. We'll have to see. These are all radar indicated. Well, it looks like Oklahoma City might have been spared the wrath from any of these storms. None of them really produced anything crazy so far. Let's just hope that that trend continues. Actually starting to see a slight downtrend in severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have 4 tornado warnings right now. It looks like all of these are in Oklahoma with the exception of one towards Wise County in Texas. None of them have the observed tag on there, which is great news though. I'm wondering if we'll see a watch get issued downstream here. I wouldn't be surprised if we did, but I don't feel so optimistic about the potential like I did earlier today. Just these storms just don't seem like they're really able to route here. Like a low-level jet should increase in theory, which could help increase tornado potential. However, I don't know. There's something just doesn't seem like. Just something seems like it's still impeding. We might be running into one of those fail parameters where the storms just aren't able to route with that low-level jet. Not the most unheard of thing, but it definitely seems like what's going on here. Why they aren't able to route, I'm not able to tell right now why. That's something to keep an eye on a little bit later tonight. you feel kind of vindicated. Why is that, Contingents? What, something else happened? Yeah, I mean, there was big time potential with this, but there were a few fail parameters, and looks like we're seeing them. I mean, this could still happen. There could still be something big that ends up happening, but thankfully it's not happening over Oklahoma City. Yeah, relieved. Yeah, I feel like that's a good term. That's a good term. Yeah, I'm relieved too, even though I'm the one streaming. Because, I mean, you never want to see those kinds of situations. Me and Bacon Eater were talking about the Rolling Fork tornado. And I remember, even though my stream had crashed, I was seeing that storm just as it was starting to ramp up. And it just left a pit in my stomach. I just kind of knew what was going on here. So, I don't know. I'm glad I'm not seeing one of those instances tonight. That's for sure. Let's go and look at this storm off to the south here towards Chico. Doesn't look super impressive, but there's still a tornado warning on it, so something that has to be watched. I almost kind of feel like I'm just watching these on the stoop here, on radar more or less. Almost like that guy off of Hey Arnold, Stoop Kid. I don't know how many of you that are still on here even know about Hey Arnold. It's only 5 of you right now. Okay, 6. It's funny, every time I mention the views, it goes up and then it goes back down for just a moment. Okay, now it's looking a lot less impressive. That was a really bad scan for that storm if you were looking for any sort of intensity with improvements with that. So, that being said, we're going back up to Oklahoma. This storm over here towards, I'm going to guess Rush Springs still, Neenaka. Maybe there's something going on there. I don't really feel like that's an impressive storm either. None of these storms have really been that impressive, surprisingly. I mean, there have been moments with them, but none of them have really looked like they were imminently. Look at that humidity, 87.5. So he's going to be driving through a lot of rain and hail here, possibly. The hail threat hasn't even been that impressive today. I'm wondering why that is.
Storm though. Yeah, it is.
Well, looks like we're struggling to keep his feet up. Or at least I'm struggling to keep his feet up, I should say. Well, guess we'll just throw these in a loop and kind of relax for a little bit. Doesn't really seem like a lot's going on here, which is actually a good thing. Yeah, I mean, there's still a little bit of light left over, so we're not completely done. But I think after this main line, because most of these storms are going to be forming on the dry line here. So all the tornado potential is going to exist with these early in the evening. Could be some overnight, but I'm not going to be able to stay up for that long. I mean, I literally got home from work and went straight into the live stream. That was a 10-hour day of work. Outside, nonetheless. But yeah, we're running out of daylight, though, too. That's another thing. All right. Wish I could pull up these guys' feeds a little bit more. I want to check out that camera and see what's going on there, because that's right near where the circulation is. Well, I was really hoping then that one would pop up, because that would have probably been a cool view, but doesn't look like that one's meant to happen either. Daggone it. Just cannot keep a feed up tonight, man. Just cannot keep a feed up. Well, at least we're up to 14 likes. All this is still a work in progress here. I thought I exited out of this. Oh, this is Brandon Copics. Literally all the feeds look the same because I keep seeing the same thing. How frustrating. How frustrating. The little circulation towards Ninica looks like it's mildly impressive. Maybe that one will hold out for a bit. Not entirely sure, though, at the moment. Can't hear anything off of this, can you? Like, you can still hear my voice. You can't hear anything in the background too much, can you? Yeah, we're not getting Vince's stream up either. This is really freaking irritating. I'm gonna try to see if I can update this computer really quickly without turning it off. Maybe I can clear the notifications. It'll make a difference here. Yeah, I'm just having problems all across the board, it looks like. Okay. A little bit better here, but I'm still having like small troubles here. Maybe the lag is a little bit better. Hopefully it is. Somebody would let me know in the chat. That would help. Dang it, man. Just continuing to have lag. What do I have to do to fix this? Maybe I can do something with the settings here on Radar Omega. Nope. I'm gonna try to be a little tech nerd here. See if maybe I can figure this out. I can't pull that up. That would make things worse right now. Dang it. It looks like Brad Arnold's kind of disengaged from that storm now. Let me see what Brad's got going on here. Could he be calling it a night? That is my question right now. Oh, okay. Here we go. Some weird radar madness now. We're just waiting to see what's going on with this. Dang, man. I don't know what's going on with Radar Omega tonight, man. It's been acting really strange. Like, I've been noticing that a lot as of late. Well, I don't know. Guess after these tornado warnings expire, we might call it a night. I mean, it's pretty slow. Things aren't quite working right either. I probably need to hash those things out, and then there's still weather tomorrow to look at too. I would have expected to have better. It's doing it again. What in the world is going on here? Let me see if I can just switch to another radar site. Maybe that's what's causing this. Because I've been noticing it happening more and more here. Maybe I can pull up on my phone, pull it up on my phone. Maybe it's something to do with my computer not being updated today. Because I thought I had it set to update, it didn't. And yeah, maybe I'm paying the price for that because it didn't do it, what it was supposed to do. Big problem right here. I'm gonna try again, but I'm not too optimistic that we're gonna get this up and running. I'm hoping somehow it does. Come on. Maybe I'll just exit out of Radar Omega real quick and reopen it. Just give me a second, guys. All right, let's see if this will work. Hopefully it does, and it'll help us at least get back on track a little bit here. Okay, so everything's loading. Just waiting to see just what the heck to do next. Come on. There we go. Come on, baby. Work with me here. Seems like we might be getting somewhere here. Wait. Nah, I don't think so. Sometimes these... Wait. Hang on a minute.
I'm putting on my light.
There we go.
son. I'm not gonna get hit.
He's a little laggy, but we do see something. We can see the lowering at least. How long will we keep him up? Hopefully we can keep him up for a little bit. Maybe we take it full screen. Nah, I don't think that's working.
That,
Got a funnel. It looks like we got a tornado dropping, actually.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Look, if it's not, it's about to be.
All we have to do is take him full
Coming
screen.
right this way.
He said tornado on the ground over CB, so sounds like we got something here. Finally got this straightened out.
Perfect, that's the tornado.
Alright, let's see if they can get a
Yeah, we
view.
can't.
Ah, don't do that.
Oh yeah. Cone tornado on the ground, guys, behind me. Cone, cone, cone.
Is there any way he can show us? That's the only thing. Excuse the language that you might hear here. Only downside to
Cone
having this.
tornado on stream right now, guys. Cone tornado.
Oh wow! Look at that lightning out ahead behind that storm here.
Coming right here. Cone tornado. Sorry, guys.
Oh,
Cone
there it is.
tornado. It's behind the pole. You guys can't see it right now.
I can see it
Okay,
clearly.
if anybody on my stream
Oh, that
can
is
hear,
100% on the ground.
tornado
We
coming
got a
right towards
tornado
us.
on
Strong
stream,
tornado.
folks. Took a little bit of meandering around, but we
Hey,
got it.
time to go.
It's not going to be long before he has to move because that is heading right towards him.
Tornado on stream, guys. Tornado on stream.
All right.
There's the wind switch.
Of course, when all my admin are gone, that's when this happens.
Topic's out.
To anyone that is still watching,
Now we can go.
well, hopefully it made it worth your while. He needs to go, though, because that is coming right at him. That's going to be very close. That's getting very close to him.
If this blows out your shot back there, let me know. I can shut them off.
This is just to the east of Cole, actually. How ironic.
People?
Yeah.
Just needed a little something in the background and a little bit of help from a little bit of work on Radar Omega. Take that somewhere.
We got
We'll go back full screen for a bit here.
What's the storm motion?
directly at us.
I'll pass.
Unknown.
Suction vortex right next to me, guys. Suction vortex.
We're probably good to stop if you would like to.
Drew, tell Drew to take my feet. It's crossing.
Yeah, we've all got it. We've got it on yours and mine.
Ooh, it's gotten dark out there.
It's crossing
We got
the road
one
right
now.
in front of us, guys.
We got one. It's gonna be crossing right in front of Brandon.
to the left up here, we should be able to catch it crossing again. It's back there right by where Copic was.
Tornado crossing the road.
Yeah, it's a pickle on the ground.
This is right outside of Cole, Oklahoma right now, where we're seeing this tornado on the ground. Ah, it's starting to buffer again. We'll go back
Debris
full screen, but I did.
It's suction vortex less than 100 yards from me.
Uh-oh. Get out of there, Brandon.
Copy and coming up to the stop sign shortly. Idiots don't put their blinkers on.
We got damage. It's ripping stuff up right next to me.
It's behind us. I'm executing the left turn right now. I can see it through my rear camera with the contrast. It's back there yet.
Yeah, Vince is mad as I don't know what right now. I hear him swearing like I don't know what.
Negative, you're good. Topic, I might have lifted. Topic, can you confirm for us back there? Did it lift?
I'm glad you're still watching
It
Contingents.
is still on the
you...
ground. It just ripped up a building just to my west, about 100 yards. Suction vortex.
Copy, do you need us to return for SAR?
Negative.
Copy. We're northbound. Let me know when you execute that north turn.
About to give us another view of it.
It's still on the ground. It's still on the ground.
Yeah, it is back there. It's on the ground. It's just not, I don't think it's fully condensed under there. I can see it from here.
Vince sounds like he's pretty frustrated. That light is making it awfully tough for him to see.
Right in this road here.
Or tough for us to see. He can probably see just fine. There it is right there. Tornado, folks. Contingents, if you're still on stream, could you screenshot that to send to the rest of the folks in Discord right now?
I'm gonna be out of the car.
First tornado occluded, large tornado forming.
Copy that. We've got visual on it here. It looks like it's in the residential area.
Oh no. In a residential area, that's not good news. Oh wow, look at how that's rotating. Oh my goodness. Very intense rotation here. Wish I could pull up the radar with this. Whenever I do, that's when it starts to buffer. Oh my gosh.
Guys, I don't know if you can see it on chat. Another large tornado forming. You guys
Contingents, you see this rotation, man. Oh my goodness. This is spinning like a top. This looks like it could drop a big one at any moment.
Negative, nothing noteworthy. Rapid rotation. It is not currently on the ground. There may actually suction vortex on the ground.
Copy, still on the ground. I relayed it. You copy us back there, Corey? This thing's coming at us, but we should be good for a little bit. If it suction vortex on the ground now.
Oh, tornado on the ground. tornado on the ground right there. Look at that.
Stovepipe.
Storms produced yet another tornado.
Stovepipe on the ground right now, guys, live. Share the stream.
South is going to be the best escape due to traffic.
Second day, second tornado on stream in 2 days. Second day of
I can hear
tornadoes
shit
on
getting
stream.
ripped up, guys. This is close. I can hear it getting ripped up.
Man, what a sight. What a sight. Let's hope this is missing homes, but I think there was some damage confirmed by either Brandon or Vince here, because they're both on this storm right now. Oh, man.
Hand off behind. We got 2 circulations, 2 tornadoes on the ground right now.
2 tornadoes on the ground. There's the first one right there to the right, and I think that's the second one right there. Oh, my goodness.
And this is not multi-vortex. These are 2 independent mesos.
Wow. What a find on stream.
Where I'm at right now, it should cross. I think it's going to cross just north of me, if you can see my lights. How far north of where I stopped did you go? Copy. This is headed straight for Goldsby. It sounds like that may be a populated area. It's heading toward the David J. Perry Airport as well. We may need to weasel our way up in there.
Hey, make sure you're sharing this stream, because we have 2 tornadoes on the ground here. You count it. 2. 1 and 2 right here. 2 different mesocyclones. This is not a multi-vortex. Just as Brandon said, these are 2 entirely different mesocyclones. And this storm is continuing to intensify based off the lightning that you're seeing here. So this storm may not be going anywhere anytime soon. We're going to be on this one for a while. Wish there was a way we could put this split screen. You can, like I said, share this channel. Share this feed right now.
Are you still on East Lad? I turned back around, I'm going back north.
Only way I can show this right now, unfortunately, is full screen, so we can't get a radar image right now.
So you're northbound off of East Lad?
I want to, but it's the best that I can do for you guys. I'm sure you would rather see this than the radar. I'll do radar updates from my phone, and we'll kind of just go from there. That's the only way I can make this work. Brandon's on the move again. Gonna be some trees in the way, so it's gonna be a little harder to see this now.
Yeah, if you need somewhere to sneak in, you can sneak in here, no traffic.
Yep, just got moving. If it is, it's very brief suction vortices.
I think we're back down to 1 tornado right here. Can't tell right now because of the trees in the way. It's a little granulated because it's getting closer and closer to nighttime. So he's going to have to probably switch more towards night vision now.
Again, about to be another large tornado on the ground.
Looks like the tornado on the left is occluded, and it may be recycling here. Yep, looks like a new funnel's trying to develop right over there to the left here. It's going to be intermittent because we're in a grove of trees right now. Or we have Brandon in a grove of trees right now. once he gets to the next clearing, he'll probably stop and take another look at it.
Still very large meso potential suction vortices, but nothing fully condensed.
I concur. With Corey.
I think I see a debris cloud, maybe. I don't know for sure. It's too many trees for me to really get a good look at it. But we could very well be seeing yet another tornado here. In fact, I think the likelihood's pretty high. So to put things in perspective here, just east of Cole here. In fact, we'll do an update once we get my phone working here. Because I was looking at the satellite on my phone earlier today when I was watching the destabilization happen. But
Corey, I'm gonna get into the conga line here.
a lot of wind going on right now.
Alright, just gonna blind
You can
everybody.
hear it in the
here,
background too.
Whatever, I don't know what's going on. These people are blocking the road for nothing.
Multiple emergency vehicles flying north from 74 Bravo, 74 Bravo.
I'm northbound on 74 right now, probably about 3 miles north of you. You can hear it in the neighborhood. I don't know how to get to it, but they all seem to be passing us to the north.
Here comes the emergency vehicles they're talking about. Oh, look at that lightning. Alright, this storm is probably going through Goldsby, Oklahoma right now.
Bravo.
And this is probably going to be heading towards Noble next. So if you happen to know anyone in Noble, you need to be taking shelter. You need to have them taking shelter right now. The storm has a history of producing tornadoes and may very well produce yet another one.
Go east on Cottonwood, or repeat east on Cottonwood. Road that continues from 74 Bravo.
Copy. I went north. I'm going to be taking this all the way up to 35 in the airport, I guess.
Yeah, I can only go
Sure
up
to
one
hit that like
intersection, then I have
button.
to go north to Plaid.
Smash that
Full
subscribe
lowering.
button too.
Where at? Behind you or north or what? I can't see shit.
It is west of the 74 Main, west of north-south 74. Not tornado imminent, or repeat, not tornado imminent.
I think I see it. Let me know if I'm in the kill zone.
So lowering right there
It does not
again.
appear like even a wall cloud is there. So.
But it doesn't look like a wall cloud.
Copy that. Be advised, use traffic up if you take this road north forward.
Circulation, actually circulation handoff to the east now. It's over 35, new wall cloud over 35.
Copy. Do you have zone?
Okay, so I was right.
No,
That
I
was
do
a
not.
wall
It says
cloud.
no
A
connection.
little hard to see
Copy.
because it's getting darker and darker out there.
I'm gonna drop
So
south and go east.
he's shifting more towards night vision, but it's a little bit granulated because of that. But right where the
You're
arrow is,
listening, new wall cloud
is where
over
that wall
35 right
cloud.
now.
Says
New
it's
wall
right over
cloud, new wall
I-35.
Very large wall cloud.
Oh wow, look at that. A very menacing looking wall cloud. Just a reminder in case anyone ever wants to go chasing. I highly discourage that you would do it to begin with unless you are experienced, but especially do not do it at night.
On the ground, guys, just FYI.
Wall cloud what?
Wall cloud's almost completely on the ground now. About right over 35 now.
That's where I am, son of a
Could
gun.
potentially be seeing a big tornado drop from this any second.
Location is Goldsby. I'm at I-35 up here at the town center. It's,
Are any of my admins
don't
still
know
on?
what's happening. I'll be out at the fire department.
Any of my admins still on? Just want to know. Looks like no. Ah, we finally lost him. For a moment at least. We may get him back. Oh, it was a good run. It's a very good run, but we got a couple tornadoes on stream, you guys. How do you like that? Like, we were really struggling with that earlier, but we finally caught a little break here. Have they upgraded that to observed? Yes, they did. Good, good. The rest of these are currently radar indicated right now, so this is the only storm that has a history of producing tornadoes at the moment. Let's go ahead and look at Vince's stream if we can. If we got to, we'll take it full screen as well. Okay, so we got Vince's stream up and running.
We got major traffic issues here. We're gonna get out of here right now.
Stream is not for
Power
restream.
flash off to my left. Correction. Power flash off.
Trying to reuse it.
Right. I'm at I-35.
Uh-oh, looks like he's got a report of another tornado, maybe, possibly. These guys are pretty much on the same storm here.
That's me. I'm at the.
Yeah, we're losing him. I think I'm just going to stick with Brandon. You can never get Vince's stream to stay up. Let's go ahead and take a look at Vince's stream, or Brandon's stream, I should say.
Northbound road, what?
I said I'm going northbound on Ladd right now. Northbound on Ladd.
Copy. I am to your due northwest on I-35 on the bridge.
Yeah, it looks like we're struggling with everybody's stream again now. Well, we had it for just a moment here. It worked for just a moment, just enough for them to see a tornado and for us to see it on stream, which was pretty cool. Alright, it'd be nice if they would stop being loud. Okay, so still looking out west. This is actually heading towards Shawnee if this holds together here. I need to probably switch radar sites now. This is right under the Norman site here, so this could be a little bit sketchy. Fort Worth might be a little far, but we'll try it. If not, then worst comes to worst, we'll switch over to Oklahoma City, Norman radar, but really would prefer not to do that. Yep, we're just outside of that. Yep, we're gonna have to use Oklahoma City. Because we're just out, I think we're just outside of the ring of the Tulsa radar. Yeah, because look how close we are to the Oklahoma City Norman radar. It's going to make for a little bit of a sloppy radar picture, especially if you want to look at anything like velocity or anything like that. It is a good hook with it on reflectivity at least, so we can get a good, so we can tell that there's still plenty of rotation with this storm. Storm is still pretty healthy. Brandon's about to be in that inflow notch towards the tail of that hook, so he should have a good view of the storm.
Plus, we got to have another east option.
Copy. I'm going to go up 35. I'm going to go to Noble, the town of Noble.
Probably going to have a hard time
35
seeing
is open
anything
again.
here.
35 is open again.
It's getting dark out there. Only way you're going to see anything at this point is if there's a flash of lightning at the right place and the right time. Also, not to mention, it looks like these storms are getting very precip heavy here. The humidity is at 88.4%, so that being said, threat for HV storms at night is ridiculous. Very dangerous chasing right here. These guys are professionals, though. It's also a really impressive storm right here. A really big little blob right here at the edge of this hook, which I find interesting. I think that could just be a reflectivity thing considering how close we are to the radar. Let's go ahead and look at velocity. Do I dare, really? Weak rotation here. There's something. Not much. Of course, there's better rotation with this storm, but we aren't going to get the best view of it considering how close we are to the radar. But right around here towards Noble would be where I would be concerned right now. Then I think down the line there might be another tornado watch that ends up getting issued here. Yeah, I think we're just outside of the ring here. Probably got another 30 minutes before we can start looking at maybe Tulsa's radar. Okay, so still sitting at 14 likes. Happy that maybe at least a couple of you have stuck around, even through the troubles. Made that a little bit more rewarding to see a tornado on the, actually 2 tornadoes at one point on the ground, which is really cool. But yeah, that one was for you guys, 'cause I was really questioning if my computer was going to hold up. And it ran smooth for a little bit there too. But yeah, that was for you guys. Whoever is left over. One day we'll get this set up better to where we won't have to worry about this at all. Just, we got to get to that point. Still aren't done here. Still have several tornado warnings right now. All of which are in Oklahoma. So we're far from finished. I'm gonna go ahead and check the mesoscale discussion really quickly. Just so you know, I'm still here. Might mute for just a second to go use the restroom as well. I haven't used it yet on this stream. All right, we're back. All right, here we are. Gonna get this out of the loop really quick so that we can see exactly where we stand right now. Storm to the south doesn't look quite as impressive. This storm over here towards Noble still looks pretty solid. Still a good couplet on that. Let's go ahead and see what these guys are up to. Vince looks like he's up ahead right now.
Impact. Flying debris will
It looks like they're a little bit behind the storm right now, but with as slow as it's moving, shouldn't be much issue to get back towards that, get back into a good position here. We'll wait and see what they're doing with that. Storm is moving at 15 miles an hour, so they will get back to a good spot on this. Very easy storm to chase here if it was at nighttime, of course. So let's see what exactly Vince is doing here as he's trying to get ahead of the storm here. He's going through this small town just to the south of Norman here, of downtown Norman here. So he's going to probably stay on East Cedar here and then probably go for 72nd Avenue most likely. That's going to be my guess. Either he's going to go for 72nd or 84th. Just past East Oak or East Post Oak here. Yeah, you should be able to get ahead of this no problem most likely. Hang out for a little bit longer here because I just saw a meso discussion talking about the storm relative felicities over this area increasing slightly. So these could last for a little bit longer, at least over the next hour or so. But we've really started to see a downtrend on overall severe reports or severe thunderstorms. Oh, hey, there's severe thunderstorm warning in my state, in Georgia. Looks like we have ping pong ball size hail, or close to it. Then we have a severe thunderstorm warning, of course, in Texas, Palo Pinto County, and then also Hyde County, South Dakota, where we have hail. And all these storms are not moving fast. Yep, ping pong ball sized hail. So we got 3 tornado warnings right now. Uh-oh. So one towards Pablo Pinto that's got a tornado warning now on it as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at that one. We'll see what those guys end up doing with this storm. I don't know if they'll stay with it or not. They should. Probably will. This is over towards Mineral Wells here. Alright, only a couple of you guys left. You guys stop watching. I'm probably going to call it a night. We're struggling to keep up with our radars here. That is a little bit of an annoyance right there. Come on, Fort Worth, work with me here. Come on, there we go. Finally, it's up. There's our couplet right there. No radar Omega chasers on this storm, but I'm sure someone's here. This is radar indicated. This has golf ball sized hail as well. So, ooh, and this has a lot of lightning with it. So be on the lookout over here. Could be a couple of different points of rotation. Very broad, very weak rotation there, but this is the area's strongest rotation right over here. This is gonna stick south of Palo Pinto. It looks like maybe, or maybe to the south and east. It actually is in a closer position to Palo Pinto than I thought. Let's hope that this doesn't end up hitting over there. This looks like it is going to cross. This is going to cross 180 over here. Looks like some moderate gate to gate here. Ooh, yeah, getting close to 100 miles per hour gate to gate. So this could be a pretty strong tornado vortex signature right here. It's got to be watched really closely now. I'm gonna go ahead and watch this one. Maybe I'll check back with what Vince and Brandon have going on. If they're in position, maybe we might sneak a look at the stream. That other point of rotation also strengthened a little bit in that last scan too. That's interesting. Might see two different points of rotation with this storm. I actually think I might go split screen with this. Let's hope that this misses Palo Pinto, because if not, that could be catastrophic, because this is not a weak scan. These were not weak scans here. Weak echo region, donut hole. This is going to be awfully close to Palo Pinto, though. Oh, no. This may skirt the western side of town here if this does touch down. On the bright side, though, it looks like that last scan here, the velocity isn't as bad as what I saw in that last one. The last one was a lot worse. We'll run that into a loop. Yeah, that scan's starting to weaken. I think we might be okay here. I think this should spare Palo Pinto. If that is the case, we'll probably check back with Vince and them. See what they have going on. Obviously not talk to them directly. Not cool enough yet. Let's see what we got here on the latest scan, because I think a new one that just came in. Yeah, I think this should, in theory, stay just west of town here. I sure hope so, unless it takes a right turn, which I really would not want to see. I see a little bit of resurgence going on with that storm. I think it's going to stay out of Palo Pinto, but still, I could recycle and produce a tornado here. And it's not like that. There's not other. It's not like there's. This is the only town in the path here. While it's a little ways off, there is Gratford and there is Corona dos Camp that we have to keep an eye on too. I'll have to watch this point right here now. Still plenty of lightning with this storm too. This could hold out for a little bit long. I think this could hold out for just a little longer. Yep, it looks like it is indeed recycling. New point of rotation looks like it's danced its way just south of Palo Pinto. And it's going to be crossing 180 here. It's going to make a close pass to Mineral Wells, but I do think it will miss it. At its current track, at least. If this makes a right turn, we could be talking a different story here. And when storms like this cycle, sometimes they will make that right turn. So this is something that I'm probably going to be watching. Well, I mean, as much as it would be cool to see another tornado on stream, I think if there's any chance at all that we could get this out to anyone over here towards Mineral Wells, definitely will do so. Let's go. We'll just stick with this one, see what the next scan ends up bringing, and we'll go from that point. New little inflow notch and maybe a little bit of an appendage trying to form here too. Yep, there it is. Look at that new scan coming in. Hook might be trying to form here just outside of Mineral Wells. This could be problematic. This looks like it could be heading right for Mineral Wells. That is a big time problem. Let's go ahead and take a look then. There's a new scan. There's a new rotation. That's at 15. Okay, so it doesn't acknowledge where Mineral Wells is. So unless it gets to Mineral Wells, it's going to stay in relatively rural areas. That's a plus side. Of course, so long as it doesn't hit mineral. Could be some houses here too, though. So if you are in this tornado warning, I would highly encourage you to take shelter. Please do so. Okay, so we're still on that same scan. We're just waiting on a new one to come in. This could be forming right on Mineral Wells if this continues on its current trend, which we don't want to see. We really would love for this to weaken a bit and then miss the town. Uh-oh. That was not the scan we were hoping to see. This is only strengthening. Like I said, if you are over towards the Mineral Wells, you are not in a tornado warning just yet, but you probably will be within the next little bit here. Like I said, you still have a little ways to go before this arrives, but nonetheless, you should be taking shelter if you live in Mineral Wells. This is going to get close. So 15 miles an hour. So it's not fast moving. So you have time. But there's a lot of people that live here in Mineral Wells. Not a good situation at all. I'm going to stay on and stick with this for the next 45 minutes here. Here's the new radar scan. That's really starting to strengthen now. It's looking like it's on its way to crossing State Highway 180 here. That's a pretty nasty look to it right there. Okay. Anyone that's still here watching at this point, thanks first off. I'd like to say that. More importantly, we are watching a potential tornado possibly developing just west of Mineral Wells, Texas. Population of over 15,000 people. We're hoping that somehow these people are taking shelter right now. There's other weather nerds, meteorologists on stream, so hopefully somehow these guys are taking shelter. Really hoping so. Still struggling to get Discord up. We'll probably pull it up later. Okay, this next scan, it looks like the rotation is trying to maybe fall apart a little bit. Still definitely prevalent. Still could be a tornado trying to form here. But it's not as impressive as the last scan. Albeit it has grown in size a bit. So it's going to be hard to... I don't know what exactly to make of it. Hopefully we get to a point here where this starts to fall apart. Uh-oh. No, that's not good. That is not what we're wanting to see. That RFD starting to wrap around a little bit more. And that inflow is looking good too. This could turn into a tornado on the ground here, folks. Really hoping not that does not happen. Really hoping that isn't about to happen here. That, like I said, this is not going to be far away from heading towards Mineral Wells here. In fact, I do see something a little bit suspicious on CC right up in here. There's a small chance that could be a tornado on the ground here. This is not an observed tornado on radar yet, so, and I'm blind right now as far as actually seeing this. But if this continues on the trend that it's on right now, there could be a tornado heading towards Mineral Wells here. Ooh, man. This looks bad. This looks really bad. Okay, it looks like it's starting to weaken on this next scan here a little bit. That's good news. We're really hoping now that maybe, just maybe, this one will weaken further and we'll be sparing Mineral Wells here. Still multiple tornado warnings in Oklahoma right now. Still gotta wait with bated breath here from the looks of it. New scan continues to look more menacing. It seems like it's really trying to produce. I hope it does not. Rotation is definitely there, but I can't see anything that's on the ground, thankfully. Don't like how that scan is looking. It is really trying to rotate. It was really trying to do a thing. I think this should maybe stay out of Mineral Wells. Just barely, but it should. New scan should be coming in just a minute. From what I can tell on my phone, the other storms that Brandon and Vince are on are looking a lot less impressive on radar. So the main game in town now is actually this storm that we're watching right here. So all we can do at this point is just hope somehow that this does not impact mineral wells. This storm is continually trying to rotate. I don't see anything that leads me to immediately think there's something on the ground here. This thing is putting a lot of effort in. Rotation seems like it's trying to broaden out. That might be a good sign. This holds up here. See what time that the storm would arrive now. I think it's still going at about 15. Uh-oh. Huh, it's not acknowledging the mineral wells is there. I do find that kind of odd. Oops. Don't think that's a CC drop. Yeah, I can't seem to get mineral wells up now anymore. That's kind of irritating. I'm just gonna have to watch this and wait and see what happens. I think this probably will pass south of town though if it stays on its current track right here. Let's hope that's the case. New scan just came in and it's just continuing to pulse in and out like it's trying to do something here. And it's too noisy on here to tell what's going on with the correlation coefficient. You can almost wonder if there's debris on the ground, but you can't really tell for sure. It seems like maybe at times it could be a weak tornado that's touching down, but it's just a little too uncertain right now. They're definitely gonna move this tornado one. They're gonna have to reissue this tornado warning off to the east though for sure. It's getting awfully close. This could wobble right into town or it could miss it to the south entirely here. They've let that severe thunderstorm warning expire. They're probably going to reissue. And not too long after that, we will probably see the tornado warning reissued. Yep, there's a tornado warning reissued. And this includes Mineral Wells. Oh, here we go. It's picking back up again. Good wraparound on that storm. So that rear flank is surging a little bit. See that inflow surge, that's going to become a huge problem. This may pass just to the south of Mineral Wells or could impact it directly. Going to be holding our breath here to see what happens next. If it impacts south of Mineral Wells, this might hit the county airport and then cross 180 again, or make a cross with 180. At some point it will, depending on what it does in these next couple of scans. We'll be able to tell where it's going. Ouch. Yeah, this is trying to touch down again. This is some very strong rotation we're seeing. This could be a big time wall cloud, funnel cloud, maybe even a tornado on the ground. I think we might go ahead and take a look at this. The gate to gate. A little tired now. Sheesh. So 40, 53, 69. Uh-oh. 69. Looks like it's elongated a little bit. That's a good sign. Maybe it won't turn into anything. If this broadens out, we may not get a tornado out of this. We may be able to call it a night soon too. Let's hope that somehow this doesn't do anything. We are sitting here on bated breath, waiting to see what happens with this. Last couple of scans came in. Good inflow and rear flank with this, but the problem is, or the good thing is, it's not tight. You see the bright colors, but it's not. They're not very close together. If they were really close together, then that would become a problem. Still a little bit broad. There's a little separation between these two areas. Still would be concerned about damaging winds with this storm though as well. On either side of this mezzo here that's trying to develop. I ultimately think this is going to pass just south of Mineral Wells. Just barely south of Mineral Wells. Or maybe it, I don't know. It's still hard to say. But I think Mineral Wells, do not get out of your safe spot right now. Stirred event, you don't need to be out of your safe spot at all. In fact, you should have been in there, getting in there as soon as this warning was issued. Wolters Village, I don't think this hits you, but it could easily change direction. It seems like it's been a little bit of a sidewinder. It likes to veer off a little bit. So you guys need to be extra careful as well. Still have to keep an eye on, so we're still going to be keeping an eye on this for just a little bit longer. At least another 30 minutes for right now. Thankfully downstream, I don't expect any tornado watches. Oh, okay, there we go. That's a good scan. That's what we're looking for. Seeing a downtrend in those winds. We're starting to see a little bit of outflow dominance starting to take shape here. You see that little backward C beginning to develop here. Just outside of Mineral Wells. You still don't want to leave your safe spot because there is damaging wind potential with this. Tornado threat may start to diminish though. See how long until this tornado warning expires exactly. And probably after that we can call it a night. Still ping pong ball size hail indicated with this. All right, so 10:15 Central Time. So another 20 odd minutes or 25 odd minutes. We see this weekend. We should see this warning expire. And then we'll be left with the ones in Oklahoma. But the tornado threat may be starting to go down here. Uh-oh. Do have another observed tornado in Oklahoma. This is towards Pottawatomie, Oklahoma and Cleveland counties. I don't see this storm getting a whole lot of limelight, but I just wanted to make sure. But I might stay on for a couple more minutes with this storm. If the next two scans make show it weakening further, then I'm probably going to be done on this storm and then just go over to that observed tornado. And then after that, if I don't see too much with that, we'll probably call it a night. Because the tornadic parameters might only last for a little bit longer before CAP comes back into play and pretty much shuts everything off. Starting to broaden out a little bit more. You're good, contingents. I'm not worried about it. I've been watching this storm towards Mineral Wells for the last little bit. At one point, it seemed like it was about to drop a tornado right in the city, or just west of the city, maybe sneak right in. I know, I'm going to look at that one in just a second here. At one point, this storm was actually looking pretty intense. But this is what I was seeing a little earlier with this storm. It was actually looking pretty menacing. Mineral Wells is a town of about 15,000 plus. So if that would have turned into a thing, that would have been huge. But it looks like we're starting to see that downtrend pretty significantly now. I think I'm actually going to get off that storm and go to the one with an observed tornado on it. Hey, we got up to 16 likes. Nice. Oops. I don't know why it's not taking me over there. Come on now. Come on. All right, here we go. Okay, I mean, there's something there with the Monstorm. It looks pretty good. I figured that much. It looks like it did. It looked like probably on the last scan like it was pretty good. Then the storm that's south of Norman here apparently has an observed tornado tag on it. Uh-oh.
Are we gonna have to sit here for the next what?
Looks like Brad got caught behind a police roadblock, unfortunately.
I don't know. They don't
20
know
minutes?
They don't know what they're looking at, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he sounds mad. Yeah, that's basically the same thing that happened with that Mineral Wells storm. And that's why I was watching that one instead of some of the other stuff. All right, let's go ahead and look at this storm real quick over towards Pink. See what that looks like. Probably nothing. And again, it's right on the radar, so it's going to be hard to see that one. Let's see if we can take it full and get a more stable stream for a moment. Survey says... Wait. Okay. Got something. We got a stream. We got a feed that's working for now. Plenty of lightning, but nothing to look at. Plenty of lightning, but nothing to really look at. Let's see what we got with these. How long did these last for? Another 17 minutes. These don't do much in the next little bit. I might have to call it a night. I still got to work in the morning and then probably stream tomorrow. Because threat shift back towards the Central Plains then. Storm looks a little less impressive here towards Maud. Looked good and probably in the last few scans. In fact, I want to look at it on loop. On base reflectivity. All right, let's see it then. Oh, your uncle got a picture of Goldsby. I actually got that on stream. There were actually 2 tornadoes down at one point. I was looking at Brandon's stream. Hey, I can't get the... okay, there we go. I see it. That's fair. Obviously, I mean, it makes sense to have a watermark on it in his case. I mean, he worked hard to be there and get that shot, so no one should be taking credit from him. He deserves full credit. I probably wouldn't pull it up on stream, or maybe I would. I don't know. Depends on how that goes. Probably won't be up by tonight. Because he's probably still chasing. No, I can believe that. And that's a sad part of the chaser, the thing about being a chaser. If you don't claim your stuff, it's almost the same as a musician. Musicians will steal your work if they can, just to try to make a quick buck off of you. Yeah, I figured he was. I mean, there's still these 2 tornado warnings right here. I wonder if they still have that one in Palo Pinto. Yep, it looks like they do. Yep, those are the 3. What the heck? But at least he would be more likely to have proof if he has the watermark, though. That's a shame, though. Somebody would even try to steal his stuff after having a watermark. That's just crazy to me. Oh, wow. All right, so we're at 11 o'clock. It doesn't look like a super strong base velocity there either, though, so I don't know. I might go back to regular high res. What is Brad doing? He's stuck behind a police roadblock right now. He is. When I looked on his stream, that's what I saw. So yeah, he's not too happy. Maybe he got through a little earlier. Oh, looks like he has. But he's looking to see what's going on with this storm that's over towards Slaughterville. That's another thing about storm chasing. If, like, how do you deal with the whole police roadblock thing? Do you just try to have to find, like, detours or something? I know it's more applicable for that to happen over there, but towards where I live, yeah, right. Probably plenty of detours, but you'll get lost trying to go through those detours to get back to your storm. If you could even see it. Yeah, sure thing, man. No rush. I want him to get his credit. I'd be happy for him to get his credit. Yes, I'm really doing this right now. A little drowsy, so I'm trying to entertain myself where I can, you know. That's just part of it. There is still a couplet with this storm. It's trying. Yeah, I mean, it's not a ghost couplet. It's there. I mean, it's easy to see. It's just broad. Because, like, you see that little bit of gray in there. It's not like the red and green is, like, really touching. It's like a very weak, very faint couplet, but there's something there. It's got inflow, just not much. And I mean, it's really the same with the Slaughterville storm. It's not really that impressive. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not on reflectivity. There's the tiniest little inflow notch. It's that tiny little dip right here. No, I can see it. It's right up in here. You just have to, it's at a weird angle. It's there. I can see it. It's like, if you you gotta like zoom in almost completely. But it's there. Like right over here in this little curve right here. And this tiny little part. I mean, there's something, but it's so, like I said, it's like the tiniest little inflow notch. I'm not saying there's a rotation, like full on rotation or a tight rotation. I'm too tired. I'm too tired to argue right now. But it's like a phantom rotation. I don't know if they'll even continue the tornado warning at the rate it's going, though. Because, I mean, one of those storms is going to be like real. This storm could be like really irritating. Then you can also see like this tiny, and I mean tiny little surge right here where you see the tiniest little speck of blue. My eyesight's pretty good, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, there is a tiny little surge of blue, but it's, like I said, it's not really touching. It's just broad. Oh, God. All right. Well, so it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning, and do have that little shear line right here. Still some potential for tornadic activity, but it's not great. Of course, we are right next to the radar too, so we're not going to get a great view either way. Not of this storm, at least. I think they're disengaging on these storms, though. I'm not gonna lie, I probably might call it in the next few minutes here. I'm pretty beat. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. I mean, neither of these look like they're going to imminently produce at this point. This one looks like it has the best chance over towards Slaughterville. But even then, I'm beginning to see a little bit of signs that this could be going outflow dominant. You can kind of see the backwards C shape beginning to develop here. The shear lines developed here. So that one's got me thinking that one's done. And then this one, I don't think it's going to hold up. Well, this last scan, it looks a little bit better. I might stay. I don't know. I don't think I don't want to leave that one. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one. And then, of course, there's the one towards Palo Pinto, which was trying, but I don't think it was going to do anything. Let's check this one out. This has a quarter size hail report. Nah, this isn't going to do anything. Rotation's broad. All out of sorts. Yeah. So just one storm really to look at, in my opinion, at this point now. We'll go ahead and probably still watch the we'll still watch these storms over here in Oklahoma just for a little longer. Starting to look pretty good again. Here it is. Here it is. I don't think any of the chases are going to continue. I think they're calling it a night, though. There it is. Next scan. Good hook on it. Issued a new tornado warning for it. Yeah, this is going to be the last. This will probably be the last one to watch for the night. Uh-oh, this storm's starting to cycle again. So we'll just keep an eye on both of these and go from that point. I'm also going to go ahead and take a look at a meso discussion here. Yeah, it has a real hook on it now. This is well worth the attention. Yep. Will they issue another tornado warning for that storm towards Slaughterville? I'm on the fence about that one, to be honest. Okay. Yep. There's a new warning, and that's a really nice hook, a really nice couplet. Let's go ahead and go gate to gate. Might want to zoom in a little bit for this one. Come on. Hold on. I've been on it. You're good. You're good. Yeah, I've been on this. Oh, yeah. Sometimes YouTube will do that. I'm trying to get the right spot here, but my computer's being a little bit janky. Yeah, I figured you were. Have they even gotten to you yet? Okay, so yeah, we're about 80 to 90 on gate to gate, 80 to 90 miles an hour. So this might be hitting Maud if this does really start to organize itself, which it very well could. This could go right through the southwest side of... Ugh, that sounds awful. I don't like medicine at all, man. Yeah, about 90 gate to gate, maybe a little bit more. This is gonna be awfully close to Maud. It's gonna be awfully close to Maud. Chasers have called it a night here too, so we don't have too much chance of seeing this on any sort of feed here. We'll just have to watch this one ourselves. Go ahead and take a look and see what's after Maud. All right, let's go ahead and... Oh, that's a new radar scan coming in. I want to see what that looks like. Yeah, it looks like it actually weakened just a tiny bit there. Could be just trying to cycle a little bit. Let's go ahead and look at the details again. Seminole and Potawatomi counties, 1045. 15 miles an hour. Man, these storms are going slow. I think this might scoot just north of town here for Maud. It's going to be very close. So about 1,000+ people are in the path of this potential tornado. Okay. Maybe not trying to produce now, because I mean that last scan, it doesn't look so impressive now. It's starting to look like it's beginning to shear out a little bit. It's starting to look like it's beginning to shear out. There's still a point of rotation here, but that's going to scoot just north of Maud, the way that looks right now. And if that occludes within itself, you're going to see a surge in damaging wind threat, but beyond that, tornado threat's going to dissipate. Tornado warning's in effect for another 25 minutes. We'll see what this does. If this kind of falls off, then we're probably going to just call it a night here. That other storm still has that tornado warning behind it, so let's go ahead and take a look at that one too while we're at it. Oh, there's still a hook on it. Still a good hook on it, but it just doesn't look like it's maybe that's partially because of where we are on the radar, why we can't see it. But it has a good hook, but can't tell what's going on with the velocity. Try base velocity. Nope. No dice. Storm relative velocity. Nope. Can't really tell anything. I'm looking at any of these. Just desperately trying to see what's going on here. We're just too close to that radar. Okay. Yep, Brad's done for the night too, it looks like. Starting to see a small surge with that storm again, like it's trying to recycle. That inflow notch just north of Maud probably will spare the town, thankfully. This storm is not quite finished just yet. The storm is playing with us, I feel like. Honestly. One scan it looks like it wants to do it, and then the next scan it wants to look a little sluggish, and now I'm starting to see a trend towards outflow dominance. We're starting to see a little bit of a curvature that towards the opposite direction. Then watch the next scan, it's going to do something else. And then with this one, I just can't see what the heck's going on with it because of the radar being in such close proximity. It could produce, it may not, I don't know. It's just frustrating. See a little curled up hook here, but I can't tell what's going on with it. Yeah, it has a fat hook, but I can't tell what's going on with it. Been watching it for the longest. Update your stream though. Yeah, I've been watching Slaughterville for the longest. It has a good hook on it, but like I said, we're so close to the radar. No matter what scan I do, it just doesn't. Yeah, it's like the hook has a hook, but usually when I've seen that, looks like it's getting ready to go outflow dominant half the time. This looks like it's choking itself off. It's about to go outflow dominant. This right here towards McKittyville now. This might undercut itself in the next little bit here. Let's take a look and see what happens with it. Had to stand up for a second. Try and stretch my legs a little bit. It's been 5 hours since the stream has started. A little over 5 hours, actually. In fact, almost 5.5 hours. Yeah, it's one of the better streams, that's for sure. Still wish I could get out into the algorithm better like I once was able to. Yeah, for 5 hours it does kind of suck, but honestly, dude, over the last few months, like over the last couple of months, like I've had so much trouble getting out, get any sort of video out to anybody. Like back in February, March, I could get 100 views in a video in a day. Last time I got 100 views on any video since maybe early part of April, might have been just one time. So considering how the algorithm has been for me lately, well, this isn't great, but it's not the worst thing in the world. So I don't remember which stream it was exactly, but I got like 1,200 views and like maybe 30 something likes. So, I mean, it was an 8-hour stream, but it was well worth it. This is, I mean, to a point, having this happen is kind of deflating, but it's not a big deal. Just need more people to watch. We'll just have to work through that slowly but surely. I think eventually we'll get back to that. Of course. I use a bunch of them, maybe too many, I don't know. I even use states in the hashtags, but it's not enough for whatever reason. No. Maybe if we live stream at least one more day tomorrow, maybe it'll get better. Uh-oh. Storm looks like it's starting to go outflow dominant. That hook is going away very quickly. All right, let's look at this one more time. It's still trying. I don't think she's going to do it. "28 minutes before this one expires." So we'll probably, when this expires, we'll probably call it a night. Rotation very broad with that cell. A little bit of a notch coming back into play here. It's trying. Will it do it, though? Still just seems like it's really broad. Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, this wasn't a bust at all. I would say that this was a pretty good event. I think HRRR did a great job in particular with the forecast, especially with the way the storms ended up looking. And even down to the details with the tornado threat over towards Kansas earlier in the day, I think it was pretty well forecasted. So, all in all, it's pretty good. Nah, this wasn't a bust. I don't know if you would call it an underperformer either. I don't know if we saw any violent tornadoes. We have to see what happened in Goldsby, but overall, though, no, it wasn't a complete bust. To me, a bust would have been if we saw probably maybe one storm that got tornado warnings. We saw several, and they were persistent. They lasted for a while. So, no, I wouldn't call this a bust at all. Yeah, I think these storms are about finished here. I really do think those storms are finished. Yeah, I know. Enhanced risk, it's kind of funny what you would expect for it. But to me, yeah, I think this was yeah, it was very photogenic, especially the part where you had the two tornadoes down at once. But if I were to say so, I mean, enhanced risk can be weird. And it's not like we were expecting like the widespread to the point where it was like an outbreak type of coverage. We expected the cap to break along the dry line, and it was going to be a few storms. It was going to be like in a line of maybe embedded supercells. And that's essentially what we got. So if I were to say so myself, then I wouldn't really call, yeah, it was on par. I guess that would be the best way to put it. Everything was pretty much on par. And it was, yeah, and just as you said, I think it was a great job by a lot of the forecast models. I think the NAM 3 kilometer was really accurate with this as well, which was good. I'm interested to see what some of the other guys have to say about this, especially Convective Chronicles. I'd love to see what his thoughts are on this, because I agree with you, Contingents. It wasn't necessarily an underperformer. I mean, we did get what we were forecasted. And it was almost right down to, even the timing was almost spot on. I think compared to this morning when I did the video, up until the actual time of storm initiation, I think it was like maybe 30 minutes of difference, if even that. But that's really freaking good if you think about it, considering you have at least, from the time I did the video, it was like maybe 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. So that's about 12 hours of difference, and to have that kind of accuracy that's impressive. But yeah, I think these storms are about finished here. The storm chasers have called it a night, and I think that's exactly what I'm about ready to do here. Yeah, that storm's losing its potential right now. Look at that. Do it again tomorrow. One more time this week, and then we get a good break, it seems like. Yeah, we do. First thing I wanted to really do is just try to get a siren going. Like, I made the siren, but I don't know how I can, like, get it to work. Yeah, I know. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we could do. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of stuff we could do. We just need good ideas, but we also need to be able to, like, make sure that they're appropriate during times where it's more lighthearted, more serious. Like, if it's not a major tornado outbreak, I'd love to do the whole bedding thing with the hail size. Hey, man, remember, I have a day job now, so it's not like I can just freely jump on here whenever, you know? I'd love to, but We got to get to a point where I can actually have more time to do that. Just right now, it's just not going to happen. But down the line, though, I definitely want to do stuff like that. I want to be more interactive. Yeah, you've had it pretty rough, man. But hey, at least we got to see like the 2 tornado thing, the double mezzo with 2 tornadoes. That was pretty cool. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Talk about a rough one, man. I'm sorry that happened. Really am. Yeah, it's also pretty crazy that I also think it's a bit crazy that you have to work tomorrow, but ew, jeez. Well, nothing gained unless you get out there and go do it. I understand how that is. Well, I got to get ready for work myself. Because I got to be up in probably about 5 hours. It's probably going to take about an hour before I go to sleep. So I'm probably going to end this stream here, guys. But thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging in, man. You too, especially. Contingent's like, sheesh. That was just crappy luck there. But alright, guys, I guess we'll try and do this again tomorrow. But yeah, anyone that's watching, especially for the next stream, obliterate the share button, shred the like button, incinerate the comment section. I don't know, decimate or incinerate. Maybe we should do a poll on that. Yeah, annihilate the sub button. Either way, I'm sleepy. Alright, y'all. This is the team, the dream team, calling it a night. You guys take care till next time. Eviscerate the things, like Evisceration Plague by Cannibal Corpse. That's a great record. No, there's a way you can do that, but I have to work all that out. I don't want to give Wyatt my Streamlabs key, but I think I might have to in order for him to help out with that. Or maybe I should give it to both of you, but what? What is it, Baconator? Come on. Tell me, because I've actually been falling asleep for like the last hour almost. Come on, Baconator, don't make me start doing harsh vocals. There's a way you can do that on Streamlabs. We can talk about it in Discord tomorrow. No, we are not doing this, Contingents. You know what? Screw you guys. We are not doing this. It'll pop up on YouTube as well, but I don't know how to set all that up. All right, and on that note, stream over. Good night, guys.